put 10 minutes on.
maybe moving to you as what we were thinking. At this point, I believe that we are currently working on the state plan. It is
For the past several months, we've been talking about the essentials, the practical things that keep Wyoming strong, responsible legacy industries and workforce.
Yes, yes,
Are you muted?
yeah. I'm talking to. It's super loud.
Yeah, we can turn down.
It's the one that's not.
Test.
Yeah.
Aaron.
What?
It didn't pick you up.
It didn't pick me up.
Oh. Okay. Mine.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you're in.
Some weird movements.
I think it's the rooms.
Test.
I can see that. It seems like the sound.
No, the speakers. Test. Hello.
It's the room.
So you shut down. Test.
Okay. Test. What picked it up?
Test.
Test. It's a lot better.
No, it's not.
Why is it doing that?
I feel like it's still coming out.
It is. It absolutely is.
Let's see if we can see this. Test. Test.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'm gonna unmute this one over here and see if the room audio is getting up. Test.
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 Maybe Yvonne or somebody on.
We have computers on.
To test if they can hear.
Test. Hello. It's, I don't have my microphone on, so it is. Can you hear it in that computer? We can't hear it in the room though.
I don't know. I just don't know what's picking it up.
Like, I think the Zoom people could hear. But we can't. Test. Yeah, like my computer's picking up the Zoom.
Test.
Is that the room, the top?
That's.
Okay, that one is not muted.
Oh, this one, top right?
Top right,
Yeah, that's the room.
that's the room.
Oh, okay, okay. Hmm.
Yes. Yeah. It's super echoing.
Test. Test.
Yeah, we can hear, but you can't hear the room when I talk.
You're trying to. Test.
Yes. Test. So it doesn't sound like we're echoing, but it's not picking up the room.
Test. 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 Test.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yep, I'm leaving. Yeah, you know. Anybody go? No, I don't. Mhm.
I, am logged into my portal too, but I can't access it.
That sounds scary. Sounds busy.
Can't access my drive that I need to actually work.
Because you need to download the certificate.
Now, just go to your portal too.
I did.
I am.
Did you download it?
Yeah, I've done that.
Did you run it?
Maybe I'm gonna just try to shut down and
The thing about my voice is, I don't need a microphone in most rooms. I get the next show capacity with a microphone.
There's nothing wrong with being able to project.
I was here and did anesthesia. Yeah.
I'm just trying to end it. I didn't learn how to project until I started here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that letter,
That's what. Yeah, if you looked at my senior year, you will not know what field I actually did. Because I was in 4 fires, and you could check.
When you go back up there, will you, Jennifer, talk if you were talking to the council?
Yes. But I like talking to Aaron better.
I am.
You are the council.
Yeah.
No, the council is gonna meet, we're gonna meet in Saratoga on September 2nd and 3rd at the Platte Valley Community Center. It's $400. Hopefully, they wanted 6, but I haven't done. I don't mind paying, but I don't mind paying for rooms, especially if something like a community center. It's how you keep it supported, right? I can't pay for food, like that's somebody. But who actually put down his balance for the dinner? I meant to text him a whole bunch of
They have, these little discs
times.
are supposed to be microphones.
Yeah.
So I'd love to get that, because I think that'd be much better audio.
Should we get Jolene to help us?
Yes, I was just thinking we should get her to get her IT in here. Poor whisk quality detected.
Because it's picking us up, because it's green, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's green.
Oh. Okay, so I can hear you. But let me go out. And I'll try.
Okay.
We'll see if it still echoes.
Test.
Ooh, we can hear you very nicely,
And is it clear?
very clear. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Like this is the best sound quality I think we've had in a year.
Okay. I wonder if we just had the volume up too high
On what?
on this, when it was echoing, if it was just too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. I have got to stop traveling with my pillow. But then I'm gonna look like Trevor with all the things. But my neck is killing me.
I'll never forget when we went to a council meeting with Ivy and they were making fun of all my stuff. And then, 2 weeks later, we went to Nazwa.
Uh-huh.
And then I just had my little carry-on bag. And it was like, so it came all this stuff for 2 nights. And then for a week-long trip, I just had that. And she was like, What are you doing?
I thought you were gonna say that she came with, 3 suitcases and,
She does travel her with her big one.
yeah.
Yeah, but I do too. Like, if the state's paying me $50 to check my bag, I'm not hauling it
When
through.
I first started, Kari was all like, no, you do a carry-on only.
I know. Because she didn't wanna wait at the carousel, and I was like, I never wait that long.
Then she got like the express, like security stuff.
I do too. Like, I have pre-check, but I don't wanna I don't wanna, especially in Denver, I don't wanna mess with it in the bathroom. I don't wanna mess, I don't wanna carry it around everywhere.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's fine if you've got someone who can take turns and watch it for you.
yeah, even then, it's still a pain in the butt. Is that when you get food, you're carrying it. When you're, no.
Okay, look at how pretty this is. This might be my next project.
That's gorgeous.
Isn't that gorgeous?
I love it.
Yeah, you wanna see?
Oh, nice.
It's very pretty.
It's very cool. Did you make this one?
I did not. I bought this from Amazon. So, yeah.
I should have taken a picture of my puppy. Well, I have a picture of my puppy in her Halloween costume.
Is it a UW picture?
No, it's a security.
She's in security. It's supposed to be a UW. They're dressed up as UW.
I don't. I haven't.
But we should probably take a picture of us.
We should.
And send it in since we are representing.
Yeah, we totally should.
Yeah. Let's do it.
You understand that? I can take your picture. You can stand next to you.
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Or you can go outside the bridge.
Yes,
Or should we do it in front of 4G
we can do that. Yeah, let's do that.
Camera's broken. It shows me. Yeah, I took 3. Just have to decide if they're worthy.
Jordan was taking a picture of the East team and she was having problems getting the camera to reverse. And so she took her picture of herself. And then she was like, oh, I'll just leave it for the coach or the president. And then that coach posted it on East Instagram.
Jennifer, you look great. I look kind of like a goblin.
That's something new and different. If I look great. Yeah. No, they look great. You don't look like a goblin.
I look like a creeper.
No.
I do. I kind of have the crazy eyes. Hey, little kid, you wanna come and get some candy? You want some candy?
You did it, Trevor, right before we gave up and all day tea, you got it fixed up.
We don't do
No, that's what we have. Do you want to see this, the WWDC store?
Sure.
It's cool. Oh, Chris said something about giving him the stuff to make a band. What do you say? Got your website change requests. They don't have the files for the new logo branding.
Tell him he does.
Where is it?
On the M drive, in Aaron, in WWDC, or Wyoming Workforce Development Council. It's spelled out. In for
Files are on the M drive under Aaron.
Yep. Aaron, Wyoming Workforce Development Council.
Wyoming.
This is new logo, right?
Yep.
probably says logo 2025 or 2025 logo.
Should I respond to Barbie about just meeting about the video?
Yeah. Cause otherwise she probably thinks we hate the video.
Yeah. All right, this is what I said. Thank you so much for sending it over. The video looks great, but we do have a few things that we would like to chat with you about. Just some minor things, but things that are hard to put in an email.
Yeah.
Is it minor?
I think it's very minor.
Like,
do.
I think the story's there, we just need to tweak it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think it's minor, but like you said, I think it's gonna be way easier to talk about it in person.
And then I said, could we meet sometime next week to discuss the video? I have too many meetings on Friday already.
I have one too many meetings on Friday.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 meetings on Friday.
That's disgusting.
It is. It's
Yeah.
horrible, but you know what? When you're gone, I was gone most of the last week and most of this week, then things happen on Fridays.
Yeah,
I try not to have them in the afternoon though. Like I try and keep my afternoons free for like, yeah,
catching up.
yeah, and going golfing at 4 and stuff like that. Turns out the course is kind of slow at 4 o'clock. And excellent. I can go play and then eat ice cream. My dad, he is so cute. He's just so cute. He's one of these quiet guys. It's just, you know, he doesn't talk a lot. And you think he's kind of gruff, but he's a giant softie.
Teddy bear.
Yeah, like, and even the kids, they were like, Grandpa's kind of scary. I was like, really? Has he ever told you like truly no? Like he gives you grief. He looks scared, but that's about it. But anyway, I keep sending him pictures of us golfing and he knows that Julie doesn't have her own set and that she's learning, but so I was going through my spam emails last night when I should have been sleeping, and I saw from him a forward from Amazon, and then I clicked on it, and it was a set of golf clubs for Julie. And then I was like, then I looked down, and he's also sending them both a sandwich.
A sandwich?
Sandwich.
Wedge, okay.
Because he was like, what, how many clubs does Jordan have? And I was like, I don't know, but I know it's not a full set because she just has a wedge, not a pitching wedge and a sandwich.
Yeah.
He was like, well, count them. And so Jeremy went in the back of the truck and counted them. And then, so he knew that Jordan didn't have a sandwich, and he bought Julie a set that has the same configuration and then bought her a sandwich too. So it's a set of golf clubs and 2 sandwiches. And I was like, what is this? And I was like, seriously, they're not that good of golfers that it's gonna matter if they have a sandwich or a pitching wedge. But actually, maybe Jordan might. She did birdie a hole yesterday, but then Julie told me, but the last 2 holes were bad. Jordan's like, yeah, I like to punch out of a tree. She did it 4 times. That's why I just gave up.
We're delivering bags for Mayor Ball.
Wonderful.
So I don't know what would you like us to put one in each spot or just put them over here?
Yeah, we could put them in each spot and then you prefer, you can put the extras back here.
Okay, great. We gotta go grab a few more. I was gonna say, do you want to put them up there and I'll go for the next one? Cool. Yep, perfect.
I can help too. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, of course, of course.
This is exciting.
We're happy to be here, so thank you.
Jackson Hole Airport just gave out mugs.
I think Mayor wanted to keep them out.
He did. In fact, he said that.
did?
He was like, I have to one up him. I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh.
you actually don't.
I'll be right back.
They're heavy. There's lots of stuff in here. Water bottles. All sorts of fun.
I started using my Jackson Hole mug at work,
Yeah,
cause my work one got paper stripped off, so.
yeah, good call. I use my Jackson Hole one at home. Or when I travel somewhere. It's just a really nice mug.
After they're done, do we wanna think about lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a Subway not very far. I mean, I don't love Subway, but it's also not far away.
Yeah, I don't love Subway either.
There's a, are we thinking like a sandwich type thing?
I don't care where we go.
There's Subway, Jimmy John's. Quiznos.
Of the three, I like Jimmy John's, if that's where we wanna go. If that's what we wanna, if we wanna do sandwichy things.
Should have asked it about lunch. Where to go for lunch?
Where would you like me to place the other ones at? We'll just,
Oh, they have a Jersey, oh, they have a Jersey Mike's.
We should put
Check here with our stuff too. How many more do you need for over here?
there, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
oh, no.
So I can look at this.
So then back over there in that corner.
Yeah, that would be great.
Oh, they have a good,
What?
they have a good time.
What's a good times?
Like a burger.
Well, you guys better grab one too. I don't want these coming back to me.
Make sure, this, I never know how many staff will come. I just don't.
It's all good.
And then we should have had 2 more council members, but they canceled yesterday. So it's like, well, yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with your meeting.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Best, the best lunch restaurants. In Gillette. I also look at stars.
I think that's a good idea.
We don't need,
And we have panelists coming tomorrow too, so we want to make sure they get these. So I'll put another 3 back here. For the panelists tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so going to make this.
I think it's awesome that you can be.
I have never made anything like that. I'm making my first sweater right now.
That's awesome. I told you I tried to make socks one time.
Yeah. I'm scared very far. I'm scared of socks. I mean, the whole idea of double pointed needles.
Well, I have a loom for it. Oh. But the stitch is a little harder
Yeah,
and the yarn is really thin.
yeah.
And so my little fingers, or my big fingers, have a hard time with all
I
that
have
little
never
stuff.
ever used teeny tiny yarn.
I had it, and I still have it. Okay. We'll have those for panelists tomorrow. There'll be a thank you from Marilyn. Well, they're heavy. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Fudge.
That's freaking awesome.
How nice.
Oh, my goodness.
Puzzle.
This is a puzzle? Welcome to Gillette.
They're fancy.
Oh, how cool is that? That's really cool.
That was so nice of everyone.
What about, how about we lost?
Marilyn, well, the
Chopstick
city
too.
of Shining Bird.
The main bagel company.
Oh,
It's got 4.7.
That sounds.
that sounds
wonderful.
awesome.
I
Yeah,
think it's awesome. They have like a 3 somethings.
all right. Okay, what flavor fudge did you guys get?
What is it?
Pink.
Pink. Mine is chocolate amaretto fudge.
Mine is chocolate peanut butter fudge. This is awesome.
This is fabulous. It is amazing.
What time does the meeting start tomorrow?
So if you wanted a different one, we can filter through the extra ones and switch them.
Oh, I think I'm good with the chocolate amaretto.
These are the mint ones. Yeah, the peanut butter. What's this big box?
It's a puzzle.
That's cool. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, it's stickers. Says, welcome to Gillette, Mayor Shay Linball.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna try to one up, huh?
Oh, yeah, I'm fairly certain the, networking reception tonight will be
Like this isn't.
a lot more than I anticipated. And I'm like, it could be like cookies and cupcakes like the job board did. It's like, yeah, no. Like, no, but it can.
Well, shall we head to some?
It's items paid for by the Campbell County. What am I doing? That's all I need in life, is a magnet. I don't have a Gillette magnet.
Well, now you do.
I mean, you've seen my board, it's not hard to. It's actually hard to find new ones. Becky was like, did you get a magnet? And I was like, when I was in DC, like, no, I have plenty of DC magnets. She ain't gotta need this anymore.
Do like a show.
It's
I guess.
Wait. Oh, I was gonna set something with Barbie. Yours, Yvonne's. I'm getting cheeky.
Too much.
I think so. That's good timing for them to come with. The visit Gillette stuff too, while you're still sitting here. Little, this one too. You want me to shut these doors? Yeah, maybe that one.
This one?
You leave this one.
I mean, I could have gone out that door.
Yeah.
Sure, it matters with the owl.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
I'll just leave it.
Yeah.
How was it, guys?
Good.
Mine's really good.
No, that's just good. too.
Oh, did you have something for your?
Oh, yeah. Um, Maybe you share the slideshow with me. I can-
Thanks, Bill.
There's even coupon in the wrap.
Oh, is there?
Mhm.
That's cool.
It's really nice. I don't know why other wraps don't have it, because it has a crunch to it.
Yeah. What kind of wrap was it?
Chicken feeder. With garlic. Tortilla.
Oh, that's good.
She's like, what type of turkey? I'm like, oh, what are my options?
Never been out that. Moving.
Really happy they included a fork,
Oh, good.
because I totally need it.
Something tells me they don't. Cause it's not standard, I didn't get a fork.
It'll work here either.
So Erin, try to look away when we do the Gillette story later. The slides are so,
Okay.
there's different themes. There's just pasting over top of one theme.
Don't look too closely.
They also did like a snippet of the DWS logo and stretched it. I showed you on, I was like, Daniel said I could make any changes that I wanted to, but it's too far gone for me to work on.
No,
It's like,
you don't have that kind of time.
I don't.
But maybe. Maybe there's an opportunity there to where that there are people that can help.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show you.
I mean, but the issue would be, they would need to get the information to us way sooner than yesterday, today, whatever. We're recording.
Okay, watch. This is different. This is different. This is even more different. And another snippet for Higher YO.
We can get you
And
those
this is
logos.
yet different. And different. And very different.
Right, why not use the same color scheme at least? It could look way worse. It
It
really
made
could.
Yvonne crazy. It makes me a little crazy, but you know what?
Yeah.
I used to fix it for people. I used to make it beautiful, and now I'm like, nope.
Yeah,
I can't care more than you people care.
Right.
I just can't. And it very much looks like it's not my slide, so that's okay. I think I heard it go through.
For the past several months, we've been talking about the essentials.
Don't want to screw up the governor's video.
But- Oh, no, we're good. I was like, we should make sure you can hear it on this. That is.
Mhm.
Or on different audio.
I think we need like a little, almost camping folding table for that computer.
Yeah.
You guys want this side door shut all the way?
I don't think it matters.
Okay,
But thank you.
you're welcome.
I was like,
It's like summer in my mouth.
Really? Is it amazing?
The cake has like a lemony flavor. Oh yeah. Or maybe the frosting. It's good.
Well, I think I have a yellow layer right here.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, like there is lemon curd or something.
Mhm.
Yep, I can see it now. So do you need me to turn on the coffee pot? 12:06 right now.
Probably 12:30.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you for remembering all of it.
I'm joining a meeting, but I'm at the station.
Equipment Academy
And just
piece
check.
as well. They will also receive their OSHA 10 hour if they haven't already, but will be in construction.
Well, I'm glad you're joining us.
They will also receive a couple of our core micro credentials, which include for construction math, for construction drawings. They'll get the level 1 HTO credential, micro credentials listed that align with that. And then they will receive micro credentials that are associated with level 2 and level 3 heavy equipment, but do not equate to a full level 2 or level 3 But as long as they have the introductory, which is the level one, that's what they really, really need. So we've got the microcredentials listed there, and then again, how are we going to translate those into college credit? What will that look like? So that's what we need to decide, I guess, today, is what we want to put in that fourth bullet under the pre-apprenticeship and fifth bullet under community women. Jill?
Yeah, I'm just curious as far as the plan, I could be being a little bit picky at the moment, or I might be getting ahead of myself here. But as far as the plan reading or construction drawing that you have, that's generally broad, like that course, 16-week course, I did every bit of it, right? As far as the teachable plan set. So are we talking about just site layout? Are we talking about civil drawings? Like, I'm not quite sure what we're going to that now from us.
Dave can put into that better than I can. Dave, you know,
It'll be a very introductory type thing, and here in a second, I can jump on and give you a suggested hour plans that you ever had, and also I can give that catalog description or that module description, and I'll be able to give you a solid answer here in just a second. Okay.
do you want me to give you the power to share, Dave, or are you?
Yeah, it won't be that long, though.
And I will not use that.
I can't handle that job. It'll take me a couple minutes. Are we looking at, are we looking at, even though we're looking at civil lines there, sticking to civil and what the folks are doing at this point, this is really, like I said, just an introduction to it.
My mouth doesn't open big enough.
And I would just throw in, there's also obviously flexibility with it. Like we're just proposing this. This is our proposal right now as we're moving forward and figuring things out. And I'm sure there will be changes and updates. That's just the nature of a grant. So.
Yeah, it is so introductory. It is, they're suggesting tenant contact hours and introduce people to construction drawings is represent actual performance.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
How are you? This looks great. Yeah.
Yeah, this is really, this is a great.
And you found it easy? Good.
Yeah, very easy.
One idea I had to throw out there is.
So everything set up? Do you need help with anything?
Nope. It's all
Very good.
Yep.
Just gonna set my stuff down.
Flexibility. If we don't have enough hours to
Right here is a good.
create a full certificate or credit diploma that we can at least create courses.
We can go.
And then it doesn't say it here, but in the narrative, when you guys read the narrative, we talk about the credit for prior learning. So for the students who didn't get credit in the first 2 years, that we would ensure during the process that it can be articulated for CPL if they do decide to matriculate into a credit program. And then
That makes sense to me. Tanya, I'm also curious on the fourth bullet point under employment academy. There's a sub bullet, and it lists quite a few women. So we could, we're going to divide that into a particular number that would be acceptable to everybody. And not all of them. Yeah, that just lists out everything that if we wanted to assign the SEC or credential, these are all the types of equipment that they have available to create that from.
Tony, can you restate your question? What were you asking about with the certificates and the credit diplomas? You guys call your certificates credit diplomas, right? We have both. We have certificates and credit diplomas. Okay. So, yeah. How do you differentiate between the two? I don't know, because that isn't the world I live in. Okay. And non-credit, that's why I need your help on that.
This is stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's credit that will be 16, basically.
Not a degree, but like.
It can be completed for
they could go to.
On the credit side of the house down here. If I get welding
That was a
program,
big
students will come in
key
first
part of
semester,
it,
they
was
take combination,
developing it to make it so that it was.
and their choice where they get
It
that
has to
credit.
be.
And that's where their choice point is to enter the workforce. Or come back in the spring semester and earn their pipe welding degree. So most of them come back and do that. The other thing is, our credit diplomas have hardly any gen ed courses. It's all purely that class, just on that program. And then we do the same thing in auto and diesel, and also in our industrial maintenance.
Just thinking, we didn't have for college, we did on the credit side, we had certificates.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Anywhere from, to your point of 15 credits.
Isn't
that
it?
we qualify
Yeah,
for
it's-
financially,
Where's the 5 bucks?
30 to 42
Oh,
credits, like our welding certificates are great.
Like my mouth is watering.
Like,
They're AAS.
so good. I'm so happy right now.
So it's always like trying to differentiate.
That's exactly what I needed.
Me too.
Completion versus a certificate, we're talking, we award certificates on the academic credit side for those accredited programs that are qualified financially.
And that same thing, those are all credits.
Yeah. So we were talking non-credit, we talk about, industry recognized credential or certifications instead of a certificate. I don't know, for the purposes of this though, maybe it is important to really differentiate if we're talking that they're leading to a credit pathway.
What?
Differentiate between, say, credit between the AAS and the 1-year certificates. You just let the word certificate and AAS degree be the differentiator there. But I know on our credit side down here, in the trade and tech pathway, we don't use the term certificate. That's where the credit diploma word came from. And I think that came out of, I want to say 2015 or so, but all those credits they used for associate's degrees. So really, if you were looking at trade and tech pathway degree, it's actually reversed. Where you come in and again, concentrate on your gen ed, take all your program credits. Then in your last 2 semesters, that's when you're taking your gen ed. Thank you for sharing.
Summer.
So
Yeah.
then you track
Absolute summer.
all of
Yeah.
that.
I think she called it berry summer or summer berry.
Summer
I was like,
that's exactly
I don't
right.
care what it is. It's a baby.
I'm sorry, 'cause I haven't been part of.
It's the best thing I've ever tasted.
What do you think I did with the select temporary maybe?
I love this conversation because you're also looking at
Oh,
non-credit.
Yeah, no, I think it's great.
If a student completes, same thing, 101, and the non-credit
Hopefully we
side,
can see that work.
same, that would also be side. If you wanted to get
Cause I put stuff in the
they
box.
could then articulate that
I think-
content.
Oh, and the blue.
Yeah.
Is that a
Here, I'll
path
show
you
you.
already know, but you're still just evaluating that? We could look at
See,
what we're
but you
doing
can see it.
You can.
Say the pre-apprenticeship
It is very good.
route that we're going. So
I think it looks prettier.
They take the
Yeah.
credit classes, they're just bound to term, they're gonna be.
It looks fabulous.
They wanna
If I
get
do say so myself.
And if they
see
go
your
that
slide?
route, we may have students that come in and, right now, today, I don't wanna take that. I don't wanna be that college student, I wanna go through, just get my apprenticeship done. Well, they're taking the same classes, so that would make it much easier for us to come back and later on, if the student wanted to come back, I did this associate's training. Well, then we do credit learning, you can show you here's line by line what they've done.
Okay.
And then we can. I'm sorry, I don't wanna ask more questions.
Wake up, you.
With military to come out and, make you a lot of skills, but then rarely do they walk out completely and say, I have all the training for big. But expensive check. If they were changing brakes or welding or whatever the application is. And that stuff, really, that as well, or sure, and we have that. With the Air Force, of course, they have to get college Air Force credentials that they bring with us. They can show that because that is an accredited institution. Also, again, for our training tech pathway degree, we do have it listed out in there. They can take things from military. They can take, hey, I've got my ASC credentials here
Is this the only training?
No,
Obviously, all done.
there's an apprenticeship priest.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I was going to agree to this. Sorry.
Yeah, feel free to ask questions.
But this
for
is,
us to talk
yeah,
through this.
it's this
Some of us are
program.
kind of living and breathing this every day, and
That's the
others of us
apprenticeship.
are jumping in when we can, so it's good to refresh on what we're doing, so no worries at all there. So what I've changed it to, just based on your feedback then in the abstract, is I went ahead and I gave us the flexibility, so I put that these programs, these non-credit programs we could create college courses, certificates, and or credit diplomas in the construction trade and in heavy equipment operation. And then we have in the narrative that those will stack into associates of applied science programs or associate's degree programs, depending on the track and pathway for the student. Does that sound okay? That gives us a lot of flexibility on how we do it, what we do. It gives us time to evaluate how many hours each of these competencies is, and then we can start to articulate those over. Okay, perfect. If you guys have any other feedback on that, let us know, but that helps a bunch. Thanks. I think that's all I had. We have just to highlight the estimated number of participants to be served when we calculated this all out is 656 participants over the course of 4 years between all 8 colleges. The estimated number of recognized post-secondary credentials that we will create will be 44.
For the screen, does it have to
The estimated number of programs added to the eligible training
This
provider
grant's
list.
bigger than
We put
workforce
4
development.
because
Because
we counted the pre-apprenticeship program as 1, and then the 3 different levels of heavy equipment operator will each have to be approved separately, the 3 different phases.
because even.
I have a question. Sure.
Apprenticeship, like, it was registered apprenticeship. And I thought it was a stretch.
My question is, would we count each program for each institution here? Or just, I mean, it's 4 programs overall, but each institution will apply and have them added to their own institution. So should that number reflect 4 times 8?
A good question for Trevor, probably, but yeah, that does make sense.
It will compare institution.
So now we should,
Okay.
yeah. I think that number was better. And then, but it would still be, the number of new programs developed seeking workforce eligibility. Would that just be the word? Or would that also then be, for instance,
It should be per institution.
like it would be per institution? I mean, each institution is gonna be adding a new program.
Then each institution will have to
They're all
apply
saying,
to be workforce eligible
4 times 8 around the state.
for each program.
I agree. I know, but unless anybody disagrees. Yeah, I get my sharing, you know, like the heavy equipment is definitely like, we're not each having all of the same component, you know, all of the components for each school, we're sharing it all, so yeah, I don't know. Well, I try to cover so that each one will have to, each school will have to apply for the workforce eligible, so. Yeah, so I would say we have one individual. We'll take those, okay, yeah, perfect. And then I will go into the actual funding request, when we have that budget finalized, but I did want to note, trying to see who's all on the call here, for our consortium members, I just put a little note, to let college currently pursue accreditation, but will participate under NWCCD while maintaining institution level responsibility.
Because they don't
for
want to think
program
about it, but
delivery.
they can, each
Does that make sense
institution
to
can
everybody?
leave.
Am I so on time or
We're
what?
trying out the app.
Yes, yes. I think I have it over here.
I think that's great, but I was curious.
Yeah.
I thought I saw somewhere that
And you're now closer to the chair because you are a chair of a committee. Sorry, not sorry. I do want to show you something. I added something to your update for fun.
Okay.
I hope you like it.
I didn't realize, I realized we had to get like. Are you showing?
Yep.
Independently doing that programming for 47. And you don't think that'll be any red flags?
Oh, that stays. I don't need to. Stays.
I think it was, I guess I was hopeful that stating it this way would clarify
It's
that.
toasty.
Well, to be
Yep.
transparent, and I would hate for them not to be, so. Well, I think.
Aaron and I were sweating
So let's jump into the next.
earlier.
I can't-
Why isn't it in here?
My apologies, but you're.
I put it in yesterday.
Track your own
Firstly, and I don't.
building out those systems too.
Oh, but it's not as neat.
I think it makes sense this way.
Ta-da!
Oh, sweet.
Yes.
People can buy stuff.
I love it. That's awesome. Where's that done from?
I'll double check with. Susan.
Trophy Creative.
I think she and I have chatted about this, we're on the same page, but.
I like a good support local.
Yeah.
That's fun.
And they're like, they didn't charge us anything for this.
Oh, to like set it all up. I'm sure they
Yeah.
can cut off the top, which makes sense, I guess, but.
Okay, and this is shared in the drive too, so if anybody's
Cool.
actually-
How does it work? So if you order it, do they ship it to you or do you have to go pick it up?
I can go pick it up and then we can meet people like at the next council meeting if they don't want to pay for shipping otherwise.
But they can do shipping.
Yep. I believe that's how we set it up, that you can pay for shipping or not, and then I'll pick it up and make arrangements with people.
I love it. That's very exciting.
I know, we were very excited.
These new badges look nice too.
I think they look amazing.
All of our employer partners, we have all of those. I think they're very strong. I will get them added into the.
Aaron and I were thinking we should add Forge Your Future swag to that store. Especially since they're like, add what you want, just let us know.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do all the screen printing and stuff over there and like embroidery and things, right?
Yep,
But Paris confirmed for me that she's traveling this week.
and those prices aren't crazy.
And I've also confirmed.
No, I would assume they give it to you for like a bit over what the
Yeah.
wholesale would be, you know, so they.
Which
get,
they
like,
should.
their cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not like retail necessarily.
But a $33 mug seems like that's pretty average for a custom mug.
Love it.
I had reached out to John.
You can. Oh, you could. We could get you going with the Glow Forge. Yeah.
Attach it myself and get it, so
I did these.
You did? That's awesome.
final items that we're waiting on.
She was like, how do we have some cool stuff? I was like, well, you can buy something from Coastline.
That's awesome. The goal is to have everything in here and stuff up by Friday. Fill out the SF 424 and make sure we have all of those numbers accurate and, but before I get to it.
Brianna, it looks like you're gonna have a new neighbor down right next to Westward.
Yeah, I'm excited. They probably signed that lease. So the gal, Shelly, that owns it, also works at the Lincoln, and so I've known her kind of like that, like field next and whatever. So she's done a few pop-ups. She popped up outside of Depot during CFD last year. And yeah, so they'll be, it's nice because it'll be a really nice alternate. So they're gonna be kind of like Western boho apparel-y, like in gifts too. But where Westward is like super contemporary and, you know, all of those sorts of things. I think it's gonna fit a little bit more traditionally Wyoming, but she's doing like vintage Western and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping, honestly, the more the merrier, truly.
Absolutely. I would kill for a million fabulous stores downtown.
I know, and so I'm excited. Like, I got on my calendar to send her flowers next week. No, 2 weeks in to her opening.
Yeah, that's so exciting.
But yeah, I think it'll be like a nice little corner.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was right next to you or like one
Yeah, so
down,
it's
but
where the Emporium used to be, where that Jimmy who used to own it for the last like 5 years passed away like a year and a half ago. So yeah, it's gonna, and they've done some beautiful work. Jimmy's store was very
was very cluttered, right?
5 years ago, yeah, for sure, she was the cutest, but yes, it was definitely not like the best retail, and so they took all down all the horrible drop ceilings and opened back up all of the historic ceilings and all of that stuff too.
That's so exciting.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna be great. Fingers crossed, obviously.
Wonderful. I hope they.
Yeah, I know, same and these two ladies who own it, which is also exciting.
All right, well, any other questions or anything? I would love to just maybe run through the narrative.
Yeah. Very cool. I know they've been working on the inside since like December, and every time I see her, I'm like, when are we getting a neighbor? When are you?
Yeah,
So, which is
super exciting.
Yes, Westford has been doing well, but Cheyenne has a cap on just how well things like that I think are gonna do, but it's interesting, like with the apartments that are being built right by Walmart and that sort of thing. I think there's gonna be something really neat in the next like 5 years where downtown becomes a place where people live and work and shop and.
There's a building over there right on the west edge that, if I was independently wealthy, it would be mine. It's right on the real corridor.
Is it the elevator complex or?
I think it's across from the elevator. It's not,
So that, is it the brick one?
it is
Like,
brick.
So that's been for sale forever, and like Jason and I have been wanting to invest in like downtown real estate at some point for that very reason, and we have stared at that stupid building. It is so horrible.
Is it?
And they're wanting to sell, it's basically like the entire block.
Right.
And the owner will not sell the entire block, and it would just be the capital to get it back down. And it's so beautiful on the outside.
Right, it is.
And the elevator complex is under contract now.
Good. If they can only, well, depending on what they want to do with it. I know that was they needed a liquor license in order to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and so I think that's why it's interesting. It was one of the reasons, like I moved out, I mean, I guess I went to B2 and then open in Westford, it really makes sense where we have 2 spots, but they didn't get that, and then it's just such a hard path forward. And so I don't know what they're planning on doing with the elevator, but it sounds like Senior Blossom Yoga is like that one. So
Yeah.
it sounds like she'll get to stay. The folks that are in my home spot do like e-commerce.
We can go to
just
industry, but not
from it, so it's not necessarily like a.
It's the 6-digit song code.
That building had no insulation and no, I was like painting in jacket, and it was bad. But the building next door, it sounds like they want to turn that into something like. And then a bakery in the little adorable red house with the little like gable.
Yeah.
And then tear it down. Once the I think there's just like cars in there. So hopefully it'll be so nice. It really feels like things are well percolating.
I'm opening a yarn shop. Virtual, online only,
And then brick and mortar.
and then brick and mortar.
Oh,
Yes,
that was your
exactly.
plan.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
And I have, there's a salon in the spot that I want. So I just need to them because there are a million salons.
Which one is it?
It's on 15th Street. I think it's 306.
Is it like the YO? It's like right in the back and where some of the like really cool industrial buildings.
Yes.
are. Yeah.
Yes, yes. But it used to be a cute little high-end like store that had, I don't even know what all they had. They had Western decor.
So they were only open for a little bit though, weren't
Right, they
Yeah.
were.
Yeah.
And then now it's a salon. I need the salon to go away.
So
Because that would be perfect for a yarn store.
yeah,
That back room would be a fabulous boardroom.
and that's what we don't have is like Westford is the size that you see it, like when you walk in, and I have no studio.
Oh, that was right there.
Anything in my house, and that would be amazing. What I had done with Westford, I had a similar situation. There was a concierge place in my space before me, right? When that opened, and I was like, that's not class, like how this right now, you know, this doesn't make sense. And so
I ordered you a name tag. Do you want it?
My name on it. So
Yeah,
if you-
I adore your store so much. I love it. And I love that, I mean, it's open when a lot of other things are not.
After I picked them up.
Yeah, between you and the flower shop and maybe Mary's.
Yeah,
one.
I mean, I
There's like 3 shops there.
I drove my, I know, and it's interesting, the camp section was, I always keep that in my car.
Oh, you got a bug on your neck.
Yeah.
You got it.
Tested it the first year. And so it's kind of funny, we're.
And nobody shot.
So I'm hoping to
Oh,
stay.
cool.
Sure. I was gonna, lately for summer. Could you do like a?
Yeah.
Everyone here, exercise, and draw.
Yeah.
I gotta either become independently wealthy or retire, so it might be a really long time, but that's my plan.
Survey.
I said you.
That was exciting. On Friday. Not like truly what I put into my storage. Okay. So I did the main stores, inventory.
Yeah, there wasn't much. It was.
Sure.
Sure. But I gotta find it. And this week, I'm sure what you said, I haven't. See it ready, things like that.
That's really not horrible at all.
No, and I mean, like, especially having your background, I can see some.
Well, because Google sends out an, like, even when I search you, there's a notion of my invitation. Yeah.
I wish I had
It's
read
right
my
in the
business cards, I would give you one.
You opened up.
No, it is brand. I will, for sure.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I'm an elementary crocheter because I've just been doing it very elementary for like 5 years now.
Yeah.
I love it. My daughter's at it. She does
The Emma Karumi.
like she taught me how to do my dad.
There used to be, I can't remember her last name, but she passed away during COVID. And that's it. It was You Count, is what it was called, yeah.
How about Monday by 10 a.m.?
That's as far as I've got.
Trevor, do I have a, oh, is this a power source?
So what is the for product and?
Sorry, I know I made you one, but I don't see it.
You don't see it either?
No. And it's not my craft. But I used yours as the template for everyone's.
Like artisan kind of tools.
Where is it?
Gifts,
Yeah.
of course,
Yeah.
but primarily.
That's what I'm like, I know I made
towards
yours
people
because
who-
it was the template for all of the others.
So awesome, I wish I could live there, I wish I could go there, I wish I could be there. Rather than, I live in Cheyenne, Wyoming, where's my yard shop?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's, I'm kind of gearing towards the travel
A couple Wyoming Wednesdays here.
And so what I miss, and what I think especially like a order aspect.
I am so sorry about that.
It's okay.
There was only 2 though.
Okay. I just figured, since you'd been out, I just didn't.
Cause you got yours.
Same thing that I get.
Right.
I would feel so.
But I did listen first.
Or to doing like this. Just has a built-in that font piece of it.
Right.
Especially if you are supplies that are better.
Right, right. I think so too. I travel to Laramie for their yard shop. And I'm gonna be meeting her for, the owner there for tea or coffee next week. Just to pick her brain.
So, and I mean, things to think about too, like seeing if there's any opportunity for getting involved with the Arts Council and have them help you with grants like that sort of thing, because it definitely, particularly if that type of space is so great for like that third space community, type of thing, where.
That's what I envision is one giant table where you come and sit and knit and talk,
Right.
whatever.
Which is different than really anything that we
Yeah.
have here, no matter what.
And it doesn't have to be knitting,
Yeah.
crochet,
Yeah.
whatever, fiber arts in general. I
Just
mean,
such a trending art, like more like the felting things,
Mhm.
that you also appreciate.
right. I wanna learn how to spin, I wanna learn how to dye my yarn.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so
Those
much
are
that I
workshops
want.
that no one could talk
Yeah.
either, which is so cool.
Yeah, and I don't
Those
know
are
how to do,
the
I
three
don't know
questions.
crochet.
Two from Michelle,
I'm not a great knitter.
one from Brenda.
I can get in trouble,
Yeah.
but I just love yarn.
Is there so
I am so sorry.
It's
It's okay.
in that way, you know.
I was willing to believe that I missed it.
Is the only thing that I use somewhat spread, unfortunately, that is like not into like my own business.
Yeah.
And so I love about it. It's just this like very cathartic and like,
It slows my mind down.
Yeah.
In a way that nothing else does.
oh, we're just searching baskets. So now I have like anchor around my crocheting because I'm like, so
They will one day, they will be
I
one.
know. It's the like walls that I'm having a hard time with. I can do a stitch to get them up, but then they keep like going in and my friend keeps trying to. Just can't figure it out.
Tell her to show you how.
I know, if you can fix it, if you can do it, just do it, show me.
Hi, I'm Liz. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you.
That you could make it.
I wish unfortunately, I've got the insurance in the house.
I hear you. So, and I mean, that was like just such a like 5 years ago. And we just keep like that's until and these open, but March 2 years ago. She called
Oh,
me.
I did.
You did send it to me?
Nope,
Like summer.
this was last year's. Nope,
Okay.
I didn't, it's missing.
Like,
There's 4 emails. I don't know, deleted it.
So it was kind of universe, like I keep
Telling my husband, oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I like go through, I'm doing this.
I
I'm
maybe
doing
did.
this, I'm doing this. I disappeared this, I figured out how to get the stupid email list done. Almost kicked my butt. And then going to the, oh my God, I can't do this, I can't do this. My husband turned to me and said, wait, you're already doing it.
yeah, especially e-commerce. What do you like most?
Exactly. Exactly.
And it would, I mean, the insurance 10 this year, which is crazy, and it's been like an ebb and flow for me. I mean, I solidly put it on the back burner a handful of times, like just having a full job.
I'm from Cheyenne. I'm the director of the department.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not a problem at all.
Can you just spinning
It's a lot. Yes, it's a lot at the beginning.
give an OSHA shirt to someone, so of the council members? I've never given you those.
No, because you said that, I was like.
It's not a problem at all.
She has a virtual one that could select.
How's it going?
I don't, but Trisha does.
Oh, could you have her make?
Yes.
Do it. It was not cheap.
Oh, the wheel thing?
Yeah.
I could do it.
You know how to do it?
Trevor, can you make it?
I have never done a wheel thing.
I'm very excited for you, and honestly, I didn't really see and wanted to share all of that. So I'm very happy to send a text message or.
I for sure will. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, 'cause it's, I mean, I don't know, it's so worth it. Like, it's really neat some things, especially in the marketing world. I want it twice a good.
Joyce or Megan, do we care if they're in the room or get them to it later, the shirt later?
Right.
Oh, they're gonna have to be present to
I
win.
just, I just have.
They're gonna have to be
these
present to win.
Grand visions. I've got a business plan. I've got my brand book, you know.
Did you
that I
send
can
it to me
add
now?
And I've got my voice.
I said it in a chat.
Chat, okay.
I mean,
Now we're on.
Hey, sir.
I just gotta get
Hello,
my,
how are you?
just gotta get my.
Yes,
all that
we are all here.
Figure out where I am, and that's where I'm having.
Yeah.
Good, it was
To
relatively
slow down,
uneventful,
which is what Shopify for, yeah. I I'm having issues there just because, oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's really cute.
I know.
But that's not my brand. That's not, you know.
That was probably the thing that I would say to keep the closest to. I am with a strong. Tony,
We're doing.
I'm good.
Right.
See you.
Got back safely.
What's up?
Got back safely.
I did. Sorry, I missed our.
It's okay. You gotta,
Yes.
okay. Be honest. You gotta go on vacation when you can.
It's true.
Not originally.
Yeah.
But
How you been?
pretty good, pretty good. Oh,
But like making sure you.
and then did you,
Today or?
I came up this morning.
Yeah, that's a good
It's
idea.
really a nice
Say
drive.
north and west.
Right, okay. That makes like 3.5 hours.
Yes.
Up on
Yeah.
I-25.
Nobody go to Port.
That's always good. And then you
Yeah,
just kind of come
yeah, I
in
guess so.
all kinds of passing lanes and
That or Washington.
Right.
yeah.
That's it.
easy, maybe less, it's an easy driving.
Yeah. There's gonna be a final.
Something in between,
final
right?
spot. Alaska's the ultimate.
Yes, I guess so. That's funny. Oh my gosh. That's so funny.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
I'm Tony.
Maddie, nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank
Welcome.
you, thank you.
I'm over there. I just had to walk over here to see the
To
name
see the
tag
name
over
tag.
there.
Totally makes sense.
I guess I don't know if that's the right word. I'm
Thank you.
selling
Joining
for
us.
Thank you.
Mountain Meadow Mall.
Looking forward to it.
I'm looking for independent diners.
Yes.
Who are from Wyoming.
Yeah, I left extra early though. I had to make cast for 8 o'clock, 7:30 this morning. So I left my house at 4:30.
What the
So,
hell is this?
we had some contractors go to the Pathways High School there to talk to some kids about, electrical trades. So, yeah, we started to do some stuff with the school district. We had an event there in March. We had like 106 kids come out and it was like mostly general trades focused, but we had a ton of questions on
I'm just
welding
trying
and
to see if I.
electrical.
Sure.
So we did a follow-up today where we had some of our, we had a welding WCC member come and do electrical. and school kids. And these kids had crazy questions, but
Things.
like we were joking at our first event, the
Finding
questions were so insightful. We were like, they're using the ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Like they're good questions, but even today, I mean, kids asking questions of, when I'm looking at retirement in your company.
Right, listen, you had to be here, so I just sent you everyone. Well, sure.
What?
Yeah, because they don't show up.
Yeah.
I still don't know.
The youngest generation. for
It's
some
simple
reason,
as-
is like keenly aware of retirement.
It was
Because our
very,
generation completely screwed up.
and I mean, like,
Stitch.
you know,
Stitch counter.
certifications I'm looking for, like what are required or what are like, what would you
I mean,
prefer?
it's
You know, some
awesome.
companies like, is our certification happy?
Sure.
And do you actually need, like, they're just asking.
Healthcare's like that.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, I'm in the marketing
Kinda crazy, is
field
that
originally too, so same thing, like you get all these AMA certifications, but sometimes like, what do you actually need? It's like, it was just.
You have to share your screen.
I'm trying to get my husband to learn how to use a lathe.
I've been always-
Yeah, so that he can make me.
I might, well, and it's funny, being up here,
I'll
there's,
take that.
I will too.
there's like a contractors group up here I have a meeting with tomorrow
Oh my God.
after this, and then we have.
And
our
doesn't get to do any of
task
his
force
own?
social
I think that's what he's
meeting. So I
worried
told my
about.
husband, I was like, I'll be back at like
That's what
9
he's worried about.
Wait, so you're going from here to Casper and back on? Wow. What is it to Casper? It's like an hour?
It's like 2 hours, so it was about two, and then like 2 to Cheyenne, 2 to Casper, so.
Sure.
Wow. Well, thank you so much.
So is this your first meeting?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Me too.
Okay, perfect, yeah.
I know where to go. Our new member orientation.
Oh, I love it. Right? That's why you meet people, right?
You're right here.
I don't know.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
How are you? Yes, Lauren, I think we very briefly met at a next gym.
I gotta say,
Yes.
Okay.
Things are going crazy. I'm really good. Yeah, everything's really good. How are you? Good to see you. I've been on the phone. I was like, I need to eat before this meeting. Nobody wants me making any decisions or comments on an empty schedule.
Well,
For real.
I was telling this. I still a new member of the council last week. You might remember Tom was already a couple of
Yeah.
months ago.
Yeah.
But I was telling Tom, like, I'm not at all hungry. Well, you know,
Oh,
hunger
bunch
sandwich.
of nothing.
Yeah.
I'll be over there by Maddie.
I used to always bring food, I was like, I really like to.
You're over here by Bria.
And every break I'm like going and eating, and I'm like, "Where's my coffee?" And I'm like, you guys don't want me to be
had a bag of
hiding.
hard-boiled eggs.
I have hard-boiled eggs in my. There it is. It's been a while. I'm so driving up, I brought some rock. Hey, Laura, how are you?
Well, how are you?
Good. Well, we had that second, even
Shit.
Pictures.
Well, today is Wild Wednesday.
Yeah,
I only planned it because this is
Yeah, it was awesome. Well, I got back after that social last night and Justin changed my calendar by 7:30. So I had to leave my house at 4:30 instead of 5. So 5 minutes just went questions were so good. There's one kid talking to Pepper taking pictures. So every Wednesday question. But I mean,
yeah, it's every Wednesday.
they were really good. And
It's just
the
once a
electric
month.
guy.
Right.
we had,
Like a quiz about something.
So it's Chad Pepco with a water.
I don't know
But I
which way,
think,
but it doesn't.
he gave it a perspective. because they really had a-
Exactly. I was supposed to take a picture of my dog.
Like in Captain College. It's not good, but I kind of what that process looks like. So they must be, they must be the way he was. I didn't like flat out.
I live in Israel. So that's how we do it.
He was answering questions on, I guess, the world scale is different when you're in it. Been talking that.
Every man,
Yeah.
neighbor's ghost.
Something about the way that
Dare to walk in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I was a little. Either way, like, I think it was good insight on it. It was really nice we had. So,
I mean, not Lauren. Everybody else.
I mean, yeah, I
At least
thought
you have seen us.
the room was full and it was a pretty good split. Because Justin gave them options.
4 weeks.
Split that.
So it's.
Yeah, I sent some pictures to Chris and I want to
Oh,
make a
yeah,
social
we did start
post,
to
but I
talk.
don't know quite yet.
If it's not
No.
Yeah,
cold in
it was
this
good.
room.
It was really good. I'm surprised at how like.
Oh, yeah, it's like 88.
Yeah. I'm good, how are you?
They really decide.
Yeah.
World brings
And,
them.
As far as.
I try not to get too much with the students.
They're in the
They
cart
didn't
now.
have anybody from the school district, but, Nick had this, like.
Everyone.
For the Christmas lake.
Yeah, I've got a.
Like after he was done, he kind of gave a whole talk of like how their shop is set up, you know, like all their.
Sorry, good about that.
Scale transportation you need, and then on the electrical side, Chad had a bunch of wiring on it to show the different.
How are you?
Do you like the new name tag?
I love that. I'm excited about him for now. You guys saw the new logo?
Yeah.
On the agenda. I want a hat and a jacket. I'll pay for that.
The store's live.
Is it?
Yeah, if you can order, it's like Cheyenne, you can pick it up. If you can either pay for shipping if you're outside of Cheyenne, or you can have it so that I pick it up and bring it to the next port.
I'm so going to.
Yeah. Well, it was you and Larry, I was like, I can see them getting our hats. You know what this is?
I do, but you always yell at me if I try to hang on to my notes. And actually, even if I do.
You're responsible for it. If you take it with you, you're responsible.
That's between, I don't.
ET kept it.
I mean, that's easy.
Exactly. If you want me to be responsible, I take care of it.
So, and you're
Yeah, just leave it there.
Let's do like that edge.
Yeah, or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a great day.
Yes.
I've been on a couple.
Good afternoon, Jerry. I'm well, how are you?
I was debating until this morning. I was like,
Welcome.
Yes. Watching on the motorcycle. Good to see you. Totally sealed the deal. That is true.
How are you?
Just come talk.
Yeah, you did great. It's getting everything like.
Hold up, it's time to hold up.
Those are cool.
For grand total of about $27. That's amazing.
I didn't know it's a thing. The service is beautiful and we were able to.
Our neighbors, we have my
things and. He's like, can we do this every time?
How long is the drunk beef Yes, I toured a few. So basically, to Casper.
It's so hard, like, I don't know.
It's just, it's a lot. So.
I know where to not to eat. Where you're gonna work at the library.
So difficult to
Yeah.
It's too much for me.
I know.
How are you? It's good to see you.
4 years ago.
Absolutely.
Is it not? That should be.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not.
Is this from you? Did you have somebody put all this fun stuff together?
Yes.
I love it.
Yes, that's good. Turned out good. Tactic of saying. So good. I give some base. So it looks like
one now.
it looks like I'm losing a bet, but I'm winning a bet. But I just have to get to 6 inches. So I'm 5.5.
Looks like I'm losing a bet.
But how are you? I'm working on it. That's right. I'm almost there. Another guy bench. I have a mustache as well. It's hanger. Thank you.
I do it just for that.
Oh, yeah.
There's this ongoing like beard mustache thing, and I'm like, it makes me mad. Yeah. So sorry, we not. Unfortunately, not right.
I didn't think you guys yesterday.
To get your mouth.
We did, yeah. But we didn't have to wait. So long.
We didn't either.
Yes.
Stop.
Yeah, we were even at 85. Yeah, but it was like,
Sticks out.
it was scary, even out from the, around the work, like working. There's a lot going on. That was scary. Yeah, I felt down on the job.
Everybody has his schedule. It's like.
That's what I.
Not to say that.
I almost didn't make any. Here's the 4th-degree. You want that?
Yeah. I was like. Very
Today?
How was it? So good.
And we got stuck with like for
Yeah, you guys are thinking right.
It's a big box.
Let me prove this.
we still got it like.
You got your note from
I did.
T? Scratch up? Scratch up?
I didn't need to because I did what it was but I did.
He's very predictable.
You know, you see
Yeah,
things
no,
come. He told me.
As soon as I saw.
I'll shoot a guy.
I was like,
Yeah. There's
Texting.
this thing is amazing. He said, Liz and I aliens. It's great. I thought about bringing it, because they're like,
I don't know if I can do it quite like that, but yeah, like it is. Originally, they had it say how the subjects were there. I think they're the chandelier style.
Amazing.
And have the small stuff, like they're all held together. Yeah.
yeah.
Also-
You would post it.
And I know we're
Post it,
gonna like hour.
It's terrible. I mean, that is scary.
They have quite the selection. Yeah,
Look at the score I got from our DC survey.
I know, you do. You have to be able to.
Danny, did you see, we got the store live? WWDC swag. Went by yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I've seen those papers.
Yeah, that's right.
And, and then I can send it again.
How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to know for today. Because I literally, well, I had the link, but it had the old logo.
Yes, we need to like.
So it's not, to the left.
Yeah.
So it's the second main hallway.
I know.
Go out the store tonight
Yes.
and take a lunch.
Yes.
It's nice.
I can go see if we have some, like, just one second. I have some bags. I have it be blowing back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you want to? No, no. I don't care if we don't have those ones. Oh, and
You did. I did. Country travel.
I did.
The thing I was kind of worried about last night.
I saw it for a minute.
That's it. Yes, that 50%. I did. It was definitely. You know, all of there was a handful of and then there are so I don't
All the ratings today.
His address.
I think we're gonna get going in about 2 minutes, everybody.
Yep. I mean, we're gonna break. Good stuff is today. We have digital.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I know, but I think just today. I don't know, actually, I think that's a lot of times, but it's different. Business buy them and then chance. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. That was very nice, but yeah. So as a partner, you know, it's like a it's filled with opportunities. Yeah. And then you start a little bit less. So I love having. No, it's just.
Because
It's kind of funny.
I think, yeah, it's just stuff that I understand the ways they're gonna have them outside.
My drive when I started driving.
It is online.
And all the meetings. For others. We got to start with those. They're also getting little. What's going on with that? Right. I love a good idea and making it a bigger good idea, so I'm excited.
That's kind of wild. Good.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I think the full attendance.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, everyone, if you could please take your seats, we're gonna get things going. And actually, our first order of business is to stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. You ready? All right. Thanks, Jennifer. Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Gillette, beautiful Gillette, Wyoming. Bounce it over to Mayor Lundvall for a moment to give us a more substantial welcome. So Mayor Lundvall, would you mind taking it away for a second?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Well, welcome to Gillette, everybody. It's great to see you here. Look, you guys got a bag here. Compliments to our good friend Bria to help out with the logo of the water bottle. And there's a puzzle in there. Yours truly, it's kind of like Find Waldo. So that's kind of fun. You can play that with your kids, build the puzzle with your kids. So just some good history and information about Gillette that's in here. We put together hopefully a good tour for this afternoon, a good networking event this evening. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve on this board. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We are going to do roll call next, and I'd like to ask everyone who, as we go through roll call, for those who have been on the council already, if you could please introduce yourself and say what you do when you're not working on the Wyoming Workforce Development Council, and maybe how long you've been on the council. So, for example, I'm Tony Cross. I'm the Chief HR Officer at the Jacksonville Airport. I've been on the council for 4.5-ish years. And then we have 3 new members today. And I'd like to ask those 3 folks to please give a slightly more extensive introduction. We don't need, not necessarily everything, but a little bit more than that compacted version so we can get to know you a little bit. And we'll also have opportunities to do that more later. So with that, take it away, Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you. Governor Mark Gordon or designee.
Here, my name is Jerry Henderson. I'm a policy advisor in the governor's office. I've been the governor's designee since November-ish when Lauren left, but yeah, happy to be here.
Senator Dan Dockstetter. Representative McKay Erickson. Chair Tony Cross.
Here, and I already gave my introduction.
Vice Chair Danny Bureau.
Here, Danny Bureau. I've been on the council for right about 4 years, just over. And I run a restaurant in Saratoga in my free time.
Larry Fodor.
President Larry Fodor. I'm with Mechanical Systems out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Also with the Wyoming Construction Coalition. Been on the council 5 years.
Travis Lawrence.
I'm here. Work at First Northern Bank of Wyoming over in Buffalo.
Oh,
Graham Hammond.
4 years on the council. Current chairman of this strategic performance and finance committee.
Present, my name is Bria Hammock. I'm a senior creative director at a marketing agency, but I hold one of the private sector seats here because I also own a gallery in Cheyenne. I'm an artist, and I'm also the chair of the advocacy committee. I believe is its new name, correct? I've been on the council for 3 years.
Joanna Belos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can kind of see me. I'm trying to get my other video working that I'm on my phone for right now. I'm new to the council and very happy to be here. I am the Chief Legal and Human Resources Officer at Cheyenne Regional Medical Center.
Katie Hogarty.
I am present, well-ish. I'm bummed to not be there in person with all of you. I'm the CEO of Climb Wyoming, and I've been on the council for, sorry, Jennifer, maybe 5 years. Been here for a minute.
Lauren Shenfield.
Present. Hi, everyone. I am the Executive Director of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership that really recently moved over from the Governor's Office to the Wyoming Business Alliance. And before that, when I was at the Governor's Office, I was his designee here, and then I also did broadband, workforce services, and economic development for him and the policy advisor role. Originally from Sweetwater County, and I moved to Cheyenne about 3 years ago for my position. And I'm trying to think, I think I've been on the council for about 2.5 years, maybe almost 3 now.
Thomas Kenny.
I'm the head of HR at the hospital in Jackson Hole, St. John's Health. This is my first meeting. The short version or fun version of my history, I've been in HR for 30 years, a lot of different industries. I was in high tech in 2000 when the internet bubble burst and everybody got laid off. I was working in financial services in 2008 when the market crashed and everybody got laid off. And I joined healthcare just in time for a global pandemic. So watch my choices and do something else. But I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
That's right. Debbie Zelnowski.
Hi, I'm Debbie, and I've been on the council for 2 years. And you're all staying here. I manage the Holiday Inn Express in Gillette.
Maddie Newman.
Good morning, everybody. I've been here for about a month, so thank you for my first meeting. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next couple of days looks like. I'm the executive director for the Wyoming Construction Coalition, based out of Cheyenne. Well, we're across the state. I'm personally in Cheyenne, but we have a network of members across the state between our Construction Coalition and Young Contractors Coalition. My background is marketing, general CTE, higher education, credit unions, financial services. So a little bit of everything, and look forward to being part of this. So thank you.
Thomas Van Cleef. Stacy Balkin. Charles Wilson.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Apologize for not being there. I'm present on video. Charlie Wilson, I've been on the board. Just started my second term, so I think this is year 5. I'm a psychotherapist in Lander and Riverton, Wyoming, where I have a small private practice. And my wife and I are founders of the Soldiers House of Fremont County, a small nonprofit that works to support local veterans. And I'm on the board as a veterans representative. Thank you.
Tina Conley. Philip Cornella.
Present. My name is Phil Cornella. I am the business manager for the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 800 here in Wyoming. I also serve as the president of the AFL-CIO for the state of Wyoming and one of the principal officers for the Wyoming Building Construction Trades. I think I've been on this board for, I think, about 5 years. And I was born and raised and graduated from Thermopolis. I worked in Wyoming, lived here my whole life. Nice to meet everybody.
Brenda Morgan. Dan Meyer.
I'm here. I'm the training director for the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Registered Apprenticeship Program for the state of Wyoming. And been on the board about 2 years.
Mayor Shay Ledball.
President, and in my free time, I am the business development director, manager at SNS Builders here in Gillette. And I think I'm in year 2. Oh.
Commissioner Peter Nicolason.
Present remotely, meetings from Washington, D.C. I am a Lieutenant County Commissioner. I'm in the cattle ranching business. I've been on the council for a little more than a year. Thank you.
Director Elizabeth Gagan.
Present. Hello, I am Liz Gagan. I am the director of the Department of Workforce Services. I have been on the council for about 2 years, but I've been with the department since 2020.
Executive Director Laurel Ballard.
Hi, everyone. Laurel Ballard with the Wyoming Community College Commission. I've been the executive director about 7 months now, I think, but I've been with the commission about about 2 years. This is actually my second tour on the Workforce Development Council. I was also a designee for state superintendent for a while. And so, yeah, so excited. And part of my representation is not just community colleges, but for adult education as well.
Nikki Harper or designee?
Present, Brian Hickman. This is my only second time filling in for Nikki. I work with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation as the Deputy Administrator. And been working with individuals with disabilities for about 24 years now.
Superintendent Degenfelder or designee?
I'm Dr. Michelle Aldrich, and this is my 7th year serving on the Workforce Development Council as the superintendent's designee. Survived 3 superintendents and soon to be 4. And as a hobby job, that's my day job, and my is overseeing career and technical education. And as a hobby job, I serve on the Cheyenne City Council.
Director Corinne Schmidt or designee?
Hi, my name's Jackie Herb, and I am the designee for Corin for the Department of Family Services. I am the Economic Security Programs Administrator. Throughout the years, I have served as the designee for different directors, most recently under Steve Corsi, and I joined on again in the fall. I apologize for not being there in person, but we're trying to roll out a new summer food program in 60 days.
Josh Durrell or designee?
Ron Goldberg, present. The Strategic Partnerships Director for the Wyoming Business Council, the State Economic Development Agency. Apologize for not being in Gillette. I love being in person, and especially the tours we get to do with the workforce centers and private businesses. We have our quarterly board meeting in Rock Springs next week, and we're wrapping up materials. And then also next Friday, we have a deadline for materials for a June 5th interim legislative committee meeting. So
Why are you going down there?
Another question for me. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
I've been this ex officio role representing CEO Durrell for about 6 years now. Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first order of business is to approve the agenda, which is available and has been available to you through Onboard. Are there any questions or discussions on the agenda? And if not, is there a motion to approve the agenda? So moved. Thank you, Danny. Second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we have a vote? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
point of order, can we get I know that it was up there earlier, can we get the password for the
Yes.
Wi-Fi? I'm
The
sorry.
guest doesn't have a password.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
It's the, yeah, there's one.
I failed, I was yapping before the meeting
No,
started.
well, good. There was one that I think doesn't have the little lock. It's
Got it. Thank you.
okay, we also need to approve the January minutes, which also have been available and on board, and hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at and review. Are there any questions, changes, discussion on the January minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I so move to approve minutes.
Thank you, Debbie. Is there a second? Also good. Thank you, Debbie. All right, all those in favor of approving the minutes, please state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, the motion carries. We just barely got back on schedule. Thank you for indulging my request for a sort of extended introduction, but I think that's helpful for everyone. Next up, we're going to get a message from Jerry Henderson, the governor's designee, who will communicate what's on the governor's mind and his priorities. Over to you, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the council. Good afternoon. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you all and share a message from the governor's office. I also want to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman, on your new roles. As your first in-person meeting, so I'm excited for that, and also welcome all the new members on behalf of the governor. I think we really look forward to renewed leadership and then also your work on the council. I also want to thank Mayor Lundvall and thank you on behalf of the governor, not only for hosting us today, but also hosting the governor last week. For those who don't know, the governor was here doing a community visit last Thursday, I think, visiting a number of businesses, areas around Gillette, and had a great time. So thank you for that. And I'm actually going to start my message off today a little differently and share a video from the governor's office. I'm not sure if you have it, Jennifer. I can reshare.
I do.
Okay, we'll start with that.
For the past several months, we've been talking about the essentials. The practical things that keep Wyoming strong. Responsible budgeting, saving for the future, supporting our families, legacy industries, and workforce, investing in our communities. The things that matter, because authentic Wyoming works best when we focus on what's essential, not what's loud. The essentials for Wyoming have never been numbers on a spreadsheet. They're neighbors helping neighbors when times are hard. They're local control, decisions made by the people who live with them. They're honoring the grit and character that built this state and protecting the opportunity that will carry it forward. Right now, Wyoming sits at a crossroads. The decisions we make today will shape our economy, our communities, and our children's future for decades. Wyoming doesn't need imported outrage or anger. We need real Wyoming, steady, independent, conservative, grounded in our values, originating from our people over generations, focused on our future, ignoring the noise. Real Wyoming is small towns with a big future built to lead. That's who we are. And if we keep our eyes on the essentials, Wyoming won't just weather this moment, we'll lead through it. The essentials, built to lead.
Thank you, Jennifer, for sharing that. So last quarter, when I gave an update to you all, I spoke about the progress that we made last year in 2025 and then kind of a look forward into this year. And if you remember, that was also right at the beginning of a budget session that we didn't know how it was going to go. And so I'm pleased to report that the governor's essential budget came out overwhelmingly adopted by the legislature. And so we're really happy to see that through. And I'm also pleased to report that, as you can see by this video, the governor is going to continue on that message of focusing on the essentials for Wyoming, not just from the budget session, but through the rest of his term. Obviously, since I've spoke to you, the governor also announced that this will be his final term, and I'm also pleased to report that we're not slowing down. And so the governor's spoke numerous times about how he wants to run through the tape through the rest of this term. And what that means is capitalizing on the essentials. That's focusing on Wyoming families, businesses, workers, and strengthening them for years to come. Those essential pillars remain the same. We are focusing on supporting our core industries, growing Wyoming's economy, strengthening local communities and families, and safeguarding Wyoming's vital natural resources. As members of the council, I want to remind you that the pivotal role that you play in the future in our state in alignment with those essentials. When you assumed your position, some for 5 years now, some recently, you were charged to show up, engage, and leave Wyoming's workforce development system better than you found it. As the governor said in his message, we are at a crossroads. In a consequential election year, now is the time to take stock of where we are as a council, as the state's industry-led body capable of substantial influence on our workforce. I can't help but remind you that this influence can result in tremendous opportunities for our learners and job seekers in the state and the businesses that are looking to hire high-skilled and passionate employees. However, if that influence isn't prioritized, it can also result in delays for the department and also delays for the workers, businesses, and training providers in the state. The latter cannot be acceptable. So I want to remind you that that execution lies with you as members of the council. As always, the governor deeply appreciates your service to the people of Wyoming, and I also thank you for your indulgence in me speaking on behalf of the governor's office. As we continue to run through the tape this year, let's continue to act with leadership as we enhance the state's workforce development activities diversifying Wyoming's economy and readying a workforce that'll keep it running. Look forward to meeting you all today and tomorrow. And as always, feel free to reach out to me at any time. If anybody does not have my contact information, feel free to come up to me. It should be easy to reach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jerry. Thanks for transmitting that message from the governor. That's very hopeful and enlightening. Any questions for Jerry? Sure, there must be questions for Jerry. Nope. All right. Thank you very much for that update. I have a few notes. I want to say welcome again to Gillette, and thank you to Mayor Lundvall and your whole team and everyone for welcoming us here and providing these things with puzzles in them and so forth. I hear the bags look amazing, so thank you. The mayor put a lot of time and energy into helping to coordinate everything for us over the next couple of days, the tour today, the networking event this evening, and everything else. And that's a big lift and greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. Let me see here. Sorry. I want to also, okay, so this is not in any particular order, but I want to particularly thank Jennifer behind you, Jennifer, Trevor, and everyone else from DWS who I've only been in the chairman's seat for a couple of months, and I've already gotten a sense of the amount of what goes on behind the scenes, and it's pretty phenomenal. I could give you a lot of examples. One of the more recent ones is the renewal and update of the state plan that is required under WIOA for this council, and the amount of work that has gone into that is really tremendous, in addition to making all these meetings happen and all the work of the council. So I want to thank Jennifer and that group. There have been some leadership changes on this council. Danny has taken over as vice chair. I was very grateful to be appointed by the governor as chair. Bria Hammock has taken over the leadership of the advocacy committee. Larry, a few months back, took over the leadership of the Next Gen Sector Partnership and Career Pathways Committee. And so with that, Travis is the only one with any stability on this council as the chair of the Strategic Performance and Finance Committee. And so I'm grateful to all those who've taken on new roles. This is a lot of change at once, but part of why I was interested in having folks introduce themselves or reintroduce themselves in our roll call is just to kind of show a little bit the experience that's on the council, that folks, there are a number of folks who have been here for quite a while. So there is, there's been a bit of change, but that's also, roles being taken over by folks with a lot of experience on this council and in their relevant committees and stuff like that. So that's kind of the leadership update. Few other updates. We had the Next Gen Academy in mid-April. I was not able to attend. I know that Danny Bureau was there, Larry Fodor was there, Dr. Aldrich, and also Ron Goldberg were there. I understand. If I missed anybody, I apologize. But point being, there were a few council members there. There were over 80 attendees. So I think the model of having that in Cheyenne and continuing to have that annually in Cheyenne has worked and been successful in terms of drawing interest and engagement there. Jennifer shared with me that she received a letter from the Department of Education just the other day about the Next Gen Academy. And I think she'd be happy to share it with any of you if you'd like to read the full letter. It was a really nice letter expressing appreciation for the work that went into the Academy. The one quote that I kind of pulled out of it was, and this is a direct quote, "It is rare to see such a diverse group of regional teams that not only included economic partners, but which integrated education and workforce development." I thought it was really cool to hear that. That is exactly what the sort of mission of Next Gen Sector Partnerships and that model is. So it was good to see that that was being transmitted and received well. So thanks to everyone who both attended that, and also again to Jennifer and everyone else. Larry, your committee put a lot of work into planning that. That's kind of the big annual event in the sector partnership space. So thanks to everyone who made that happen. In March, I was really lucky to be able to attend a conference in DC. It was the National Governors Association Winter Workforce Policy Institute. Did I get that right?
You did.
It's a lot of words. It's a lot of words, to be honest. But I was there with ET. That was his sort of last hurrah as chairman, and also with Jennifer and Shay. And that was fascinating. There were representatives from state workforce boards from 39 different states and territories in the United States, from as far away as Guam and American Samoa. It was kind of amazing. And it was really interesting to connect with all those folks. So those are folks who are working on state workforce boards like ours, and to sort of hear some of the challenges that they have, and hear some of those similarities, and also the differences in what their situation is like versus ours. I'll say personally, it made me feel really lucky to be in on this council in this state. We've got a lot going for us, and a lot of ability to be nimble that a lot of other states don't have. And anyway, it was very eye-opening for me. There were a lot of really great sessions. There was an economic impact report that was amazing. And the one thing I wanted to share was that there was a real emphasis on workforce Pell. And I'll say, maybe Jennifer will not like me saying this, but my impression was that there was a lot of like, hey, workforce Pell is coming, and we don't know too much about it yet, but it's going to be big, was sort of my takeaway. There was more detail than that, but I do think that's something I want to flag, because that's going to be a big part of this council's work for the next several months. Welcome to our new members. Thank you for joining us. It is a big ask of everyone in the room to volunteer your time and energy and commitment to what we do, and grateful to everyone here. And to those of you who are new to the council, welcome, and again, thank you. Sorry, I need to go through my notes here. This is my first time doing this. Okay, just a couple other things and then I'll wrap it up. We're going to do committee breakout meetings tomorrow afternoon, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the time. But one of the sort of challenges we have had historically is getting enough sustained engagement on the committee level. We sometimes have issues with meeting quorum, and that gets in the way of some of the business of the council taking place. And so we'll talk more about this tomorrow, but I'm going to kind of ask everyone to focus on engagement and how we can increase that, both on the committee level and in general. Vice Chair Bureau and I had a conversation a few weeks ago, and we are going to commit to having one-on-one check-ins with every single council member over the next 6 months. I think we probably can get it done more quickly than that, but my preference is to give us a little more time. But I'm interested in knowing from everyone a little bit more about your expectations for this council, what you're wanting to get out of it, what you expect to get out of it, ideas on continued engagement. And we're going to develop a list of questions. We haven't really done that yet, but that's something that's coming that we're going to kind of do. It's informal. It's not a survey. It's nothing like that, but one-on-one check-ins with everyone to see how we can look at increasing engagement. So look out for that. And I want to share too that, this is my first meeting as chair. Thank you for tolerating the numerous mistakes that I'm sure will be made in short order on my part. I do want to share that I'm a very transparent person, and I value transparency, and I value collaboration. And where I work, we always come back to one of our little catchphrases is to be hard on the issue and not on the person. And so as the chair of this council, I want to ask all of you to be transparent with me that way. You all have my number. If you don't have my number, I'll give it to you. You should know where to reach me or how to reach me. And if there's anything that any of you ever want to talk about, concerns or successes, I love hearing that too. Ideas, of how things can be better or different, or long-term, short-term, I don't care. I want to hear them, and I'm there for those conversations. So I'm essentially sort of rambling on about describing what's more or less an open door policy, but I really value that transparency. And all I can say is that, I don't know what I can, what sorts of, changes, if any, can be affected, but I think conversation is important and sharing feedback is important. So please feel free to do that. Last thing, I want to thank Chairman Trowbridge, my predecessor. 8 years on the council and 2 as chair and a year and a half or 2 or thereabouts as vice chair. He went above and beyond, I think, to help transition and to provide information to Danny and to me, past the term of the expiration of his term, in fact. And I think he was a great witness to this council, and I really acknowledge my gratitude for the work that he did and also for his help with the transition and everything else. He had the temerity to send me this gavel for this meeting. So I'm only going to threaten to use it, but I will use it, people, if it gets rowdy in here. And with that, I think that is it for my update. Thanks for listening. Next on our agenda is the Department of Workforce Services update. So I'll send it over to you, Director Gagan. Thank you.
Chairman. An update for today. First of all, of course, our department is large, so not everything that we do kind of directly affects the council. But yesterday, our OSHA department hosted what I'll call nearly free safety training. The focus this year was on the oil and gas industry. This is the 3rd year that OSHA has done this. The 1st year that it's been in Cheyenne. And we did have an extra t-shirt. And as we are in the energy capital, I thought it would be good if we could do a little kind of raffle. See where it ends, and someone will go home with a new cool t-shirt.
You ready for it?
Okay.
I'll get it to you. I wish I had one of those shirt of pulls. I'm not very good. I will get that to you. I don't think I can tell it that far.
That's hilarious.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, moving on. I do have a little bit of a funding update. We've heard from the Department of Labor what our funding levels will be for this year. For the youth, it already started back in April. For the adult and for the WIOA programs, these are the funds that we will have starting on July the 1. Our youth grant went up by about $24,000. Our adult grant was reduced by about $19,000. But our dislocated worker grant was reduced by $80,000. And that grant has been decreasing, not that large of an increment, but in smaller increments over the past 3 years. This past year, even, not the year that we're going to lose $80,000, we did have to find some other funds to be able to fully fund our dislocated worker program. I suppose on the positive side, it's because our unemployment is low, but it's simply right now not enough money to fully implement the program. But I don't think that's going to result in us having to kind of cut off those services. I think we can find some other funds to be able to work with. But as a result of that going down, the governor's reserve funds will also go down, which are the funds that are used to fund the council. So those will go down by about $12,000. So there'll be a little bit less money than there has been in the past. And I will say, these funds have been very static since 2018. There hasn't really been any increase in the amount of funds that are coming from the federal government. So now I'm going to move on to the questions that Jennifer received from you all. And the first one is asking whether how is our agency turnover rate? The agency turnover rate has been fairly stable over the past 3 years, not a huge change. But this kind of leads into the next question. The next question is, what occurred in the Wyoming legislature that will affect the work of the agency or the council? There wasn't much that happened in the legislature that affects us. But one of the biggest things that affects us is that we are moving to 2024 pay tables. So I think that fits in with turnover rate. Hopefully the turnover rate will go down once the pay comes up. But when the legislature approves these raises, they do appropriate general funds. So for positions who are generally funded, we receive funds. But for positions who are federally funded, we do not. So we're currently having discussions about how we will be able to afford the raises. I don't think there will be any dire consequence, but we just have to kind of look at the books to see how that will work out. We will get back to you when we have a good plan. The next question and the last question was, are there any interim topics that we should be watching? I don't know that there's anything that affects the council a lot. The department is kind of on the roster for 3 different interim topics. The first one is with the Transportation Committee. And this has to do with workers' compensation and what is called the experience modification rate. There seem to be many businesses who are concerned that other larger contractors use that experience modification rate as a safety measure, and that hurts some businesses when they are bidding on certain projects. So transportation is looking at that issue. I will say transportation met last week in Casper. At the very end of this topic, closing up, the Wyoming Business Alliance did start to talk about what are called student learner agreements. Student learner agreements are part of kind of work-based learning program, and some questions regarding workers' comp rates for businesses who may take on a student learner. I don't know whether the committee will take that up or not, but it was suggested by the Business Alliance, and that is kind of the interim topic that I would say kind of affects this council the most. The next is with the Labor Committee. So after I leave here tomorrow, I'll go to Casper for the Labor Committee, and they have picked up a workers' comp topic that has to do with dispatchers. And about 3 years ago, first responders, there was a change in the statute that would allow first responders to claim benefits for mental injuries without a physical injury, based upon the types of traumatic incidences that they deal with. So this year, the Labor Committee will study whether dispatchers should be added to that group of employees who may be able to receive workers' comp benefits when there's not a physical injury. And then the last interim topic is with the Joint Appropriations Committee, and they are discussing whether Wyoming should have a commission for the deaf and blind. They were in Rollins, I think, a week and a half ago. They took a lot of testimony from members of the Deaf and Blind Committee to kind of understand where Wyoming is and being able to provide appropriate services. And so our vocational rehabilitation division was there to testify about what vocational rehabilitation is able to do to serve that population, and service gaps that we may see.
Now, generally speaking, vocational rehabilitation, their charge is to, work with people who are seeking employment. And of course, not every person who is deaf or blind may be seeking employment. They may already be employed, or they may not be employed and don't plan on being employed. So we will see. They're going to meet again in June. We'll see where that topic may go. So those are the updates that I have. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Yeah, yes, a quick one, Director Egan. So when you're kind of going back a little bit, when you're referring to adopting pay tables from 2024, that's an increase in pay? Were we using pay tables from pre-2024?
Yes. We were, I think, 2022.
I see. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So obviously still a little bit behind, but better than 2022. Yes.
When you reference the $80,000 reduction in the grants, what percentage is that of overall? Approximate. I don't have in my mind even what it's supposed to do.
Dislocated. Our dislocated grant last year was about 800,000, so that's about a 10% decrease in that grant. And like I said, I've been decreasing about 1 to 2% per year for the past 3 years.
Any other questions for Director Gagan? I had a couple, if you don't mind. To follow up on the question on pay tables, can you say more about where that data, I don't know much about those pay tables. Like, where does that data come from? Is it reconstructed every year? Is there a 25 that's in place that's not being used? Just if you have more background on that.
The Wyoming Department of Administration and Information handles all of the human resources for the state executive branch. So every 2 years, they seek out information through their channels, which I can't explain exactly how that works. But they develop the pay tables that way. They usually do them every 2 years because that's the way the budgets work, every 2 years. We are almost always behind. Only being behind, kind of 2 years right now is a pretty good place for us to be. Prior to, I think, 2022, we were behind a lot more than that.
Thank you. That's very interesting.
I got a question.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't know exactly how to frame this, but you mentioned that I guess I wanted to know a little bit more about you said something about the workers' comp, there was something going on with workers' compensation and businesses were concerned with workers' compensation.
The concern isn't with workers' compensation.
With that, whether they have to pay it, right?
No, that's not the concern. The workers' compensation, businesses, workers' compensation uses an experience modification rate to determine what the business's rate will be. Then some contractors use that as a gauge of safety. And then some of them may not use that business if they deem that EMR to be too high.
I guess that's where I was confused, is they use it as a safety measure. How does that correlate, I guess?
We don't believe that maybe Larry can help. We don't believe that there is really a correlation between the EMR and safety. We believe that there are better measures of safety, which have to do with the OSHA reports, which have to do with the culture and the certain types of programs that safety programs that that particular business uses.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
I had one other question regarding sort of the funding reduction. So has there been any, I'm just curious if there's been any discussion within your department about what is going to happen because of those funding reductions that you mentioned? Is there like a plan in place for that, or is that yet to come?
That is yet to come. I don't think it will be anything dire. And you know, with the dislocated worker grant, and we're going to spend it, you know, and we're gonna, you know, probably have to try to find some other source of funding.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Gagan? All right, thank you for the update, Director Gagan. We are running a little ahead of schedule, but I think we can just keep going. Next up is our spending plan and expenditures, and I believe Jennifer Cassidy is going to step in for that. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm joining online. Hopefully y'all can hear me in the room. My name is Jennifer Cassidy. I'm the Deputy CFO for the agency. I will share my screen here, but you all will have this in your meeting materials as well. It'll be probably a little easier to see. Starting with the council budget, these are expenditures as of the end of March. So as it was mentioned a little earlier, we did receive our youth funding effective April 1. So the next time you see this report, you will see funding for grant year 2026 added on here for the youth funding. Couple of things up here. We have spent all of the 2023 award that needed to be expended by June 30th, 2026. So that's great. We're right on track there. And then we have a little bit of funding remaining in 24 and with the majority of it in 25. As far as expenditures, everything was looking pretty normal on track. March was a little bit higher than what you saw in the previous 2 months, and that is mainly due to a contract payment. Scrolling down to the bottom are all of our current projects and contracts listed out here. The contract payment, I believe, that we just made was for this Northern Illinois University. And I will pause here if there's any questions on the council budget before I move on to the agency budget.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for Jennifer on the council budget? Okay.
Okay. The second tab on here is really just more of a granular breakdown of what you'll see on the third tab for the agency budget. And we have it broken out by what we have available and spent for our program or operating expenditures, administrative expenditures, and participants. Again, nothing too out of the ordinary on expenses. March was a little higher than February. The main difference is here. Let me highlight it. On this list, it's called grants. That's our participant payments. So you can see that those jumped up in March. Nothing out of the ordinary on here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Jennifer on the agency for this quarter? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Jennifer. I did want to make one clarification. It says Q3 on this spreadsheet. That's Q3 of the fiscal year. When I looked at it, at first I said January through March is Q1, but that refers to our fiscal quarter. So in case anyone was wondering about that. Any other questions, comments, discussion on Jennifer's report? All right, hearing none, I think we have to, sorry. All right, so is there a motion to approve the spending plan and expenditures? So moved. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any further discussion on this item before we have a vote? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Okay. Thank you, Jennifer, for the work on this and for the explaining the background and everything. Appreciate it. Next up are our funding requests. These are a couple of, well, one grant request, and then Jennifer will talk more about the Forge Your Future banners, which I'm kind of excited getting their debut at this meeting. But Jennifer, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I bring to you today a funding request from the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership in the amount of $15,000. This is specifically a Next Gen support grant, which primary goal is to support the sustainability and the growth of Next Gen sector partnerships. This grant specifically is for the 501c3 Southwest Manufacturing Partnership. This serves a 5-county region: Sweetwater, Uinta, Lincoln, Sublette, and Carbon counties. The primary objective is to build a stronger regional talent pipeline by engaging students early in career awareness and exploration tied to high demand manufacturing and other industry pathways. They plan to deliver a targeted 5 student community focused outreach activities for the school year 2026 through 2027. They will coordinate with their industry panel for manufacturing day events as well, including sponsoring a regional keynote speaker. And they also promote dual and concurrent enrollment opportunities in partnership with Western Wyoming Community College. For a more in-depth look at the budget, they have $8,000 earmarked for administrative staff to coordinate the outreach events and to travel in that area, which is why they have $1,000 for mileage reimbursement for them to travel, as well as transporting students and educators to employer facilities. They also have $3,500 earmarked for newsletters, social media marketing, and web-based campaigns, as well as the aforementioned professional services fees for $2,500 for a keynote speaker. A question that was asked in the survey was about the Southwest Manufacturing Partners Sustainability Plan. The email that they sent me is quite encompassing, but I'll read to you some of the highlights. Their sustainability planning is a major focus of their current work. The partnership is actively developing and implementing strategies to ensure long-term operational sustainability, continued industry leadership, and diversified engagement across the region. Key elements of our sustainability approach include strengthening organizational structure and operational alignment to better support long-term regional workforce and industry needs, expanding industry participation beyond manufacturing to include broader regional business sectors, increasing both engagement and partnership opportunities, developing repeatable operational processes, succession planning protocols, onboarding systems, and accountability measures to ensure continuity and long-term effectiveness, improving communication and stakeholder engagement through quarterly industry meetings, newsletters, business outreach, and regular feedback loops to ensure partnership remains industry-driven, enhancing meeting structure and governance practice to support efficient operations, strategic oversight, and stronger collaboration among partners. In terms of revenue sustainability, Southwest Manufacturing Partnership continues to leverage multiple collaborative partnerships and funding streams through education, workforce development, economic development, and industry partnerships. The partnership structure as a collaborative regional initiative positions us to pursue future grants, sponsorships, partner-supported initiatives, fundraising opportunities, and expanded business engagement activities. Additionally, the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership hosts an annual golf tournament fundraiser each summer, which generates supplemental revenue to support partnership operations, programming, and continued industry engagement efforts. This event also serves as an important opportunity for relationship building and increased visibility within the regional business community. We view sustainability not simply as financial continuity, but as building a durable industry-led partnership model with strong regional participation and clear operational systems and scalable solutions to continue to evolve alongside workforce and business needs. And then they say, thank you for your support and guidance. With that, I stand for any questions.
So this, because we are here talking about this, this means that it has already been through the Next Gen Sector Partnership and Career Pathway Committees, committee, as well as the Strategic Performance Finance Committee. So I wanted to ask Larry or Travis if you have comments on this grant, if you please.
I'll say it passed out of the SPF committee with a unanimous vote. Creating these sector partnerships is directly aligned with our mission, and SWAMP, as they go by, has really evolved as an organization, starting with an idea and seeing a need as a subcommittee of, I believe, their chamber, and they've evolved and now have their own nonprofit status.
Chairman, I think one of the only questions we had coming out of the sector partnership subcommittee was just addressed with Jennifer reading their responses. I think this is, third or fourth year in a row they've come back for the same amount of funds every year. So we were discussing the sustainability financially of that moving forward, or are they going to continue to rely on the Workforce Development Council to continue to fund that operations?
Thank you both. I'll add that a couple of years back, I think it was, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, but the sector partnership committee revised our sort of grant request guidelines to increase the amount that was available per grant. In part, we did that because we were getting either tiny requests or not. We had effectively, more money than we had grants. So this is well within the limit that we set, which again, correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, I think is 25,000. And there's still money available for additional grant requests if they should come up. At that. Are there any questions on this grant request? Yes, Phil.
If we, I guess, get with Larry, then if we have, say we have a partnership, a Next Gen Sector Partnership, we want to try and set up. Is that the channel that we just get with Larry and
for setting up a partnership?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can connect you with the folks with the Next Gen movement, or Jennifer and I can work together to connect you. If you're looking for that, let me know what and where, and I'll do everything I can to help you too.
Yeah, because we have some big work coming to Cheyenne, and we think we could get a good partner and have some high quality paying jobs and everything. I was just trying to figure out how we actually get these guys, good contracts with good quality contractors and stuff, whether they're local or not. And then I guess one of my other questions would be, do we do anything with these partnerships about safety? Are we telling these guys that we're the deadliest state in the nation to work?
No, we don't tell them that, but they all are part of.
I would think safety would be a serious concern in our state, right?
I would say, of course it is as a general matter, but when we receive these grant requests, we give them guidance on how they can qualify for the grant requests and the criteria that we have. But it's not a single industry engagement point. So we're certainly always looking to promote that concept, Philip, but it's not formally part of the request process.
No, and I like what we talked about earlier, with the OSHA getting involved with in the oil fields too. You know, because I think that's probably about one of the only spots that OSHA is non-existent is in our oil and gas industry. Sorry about that. I just kind of rambled on there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Ballard?
I just want to comment, and I appreciate the information on the sustainability, because I have the same, as we were talking about it, right, like the same kind of question that was coming up, is that they keep asking for it. And they've been like a highly engaged, highly successful secretary. So I was kind of surprised that they keep asking for funding. So I appreciate the information that they're sharing on how they're going to achieve that sustainability and that question around that. Because we'd like to, I mean, that's the goal, right? Is that we support them and then they take off in their communities and have their own support, and it really kind of grows from within their community. So I'm happy to see that in their response.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, Jennifer.
Ron Goldberg.
Oh. Ron Goldberg, you out there?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jennifer, for the highlights from that sustainability memo from the partnership. Correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, but I think we also talked about it'd be cool to start tracking some metrics since they have come back, but they've been so successful. They've successfully transitioned as people have kind of timed out in their service or retired from their private sector jobs. I think we asked about if they could try to track number of attendees for like job fairs or use of workforce services programs like internships and workforce training grants. I thought we talked about that, but I don't know if that was in the report, Jennifer, so I could be wrong.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Please.
Thank you, Ron. I had brought that up to the committees. In the plan, so the grant application has their entire plan, if you've read that, but they do have 2, 4, 6 areas that they plan for metrics. So they have total number of outreach events conducted during the school year, student participation across schools and demographic groups, year-over-year comparison of enrollment in dual and concurrent manufacturing related courses at Western Wyoming Community College for the fall of 2026 and fall of 2027. That's the 2 years they plan to compare. Year-over-year comparison of first-time freshmen entering manufacturing programs at Western Wyoming Community College, the number of new or enhanced programs developed through the business and education alignment, and then overall outreach and engagement data.
Awesome, thank you.
Any other questions on this one? I'll just share quickly on the subject of the fact that they have come back multiple times on this grant request. I shared some of those concerns as well on the committee level when it came in. However, I also want to say that, as I mentioned before, we do have the money available for these grant requests, and we provide enormous amounts of training and support to our sector partnerships across the state through the academy and other means. But one thing that we don't do is train those sector partnerships on how to become individual self-sustaining organizations. And I would go so far as to say that that's not necessarily even the goal. These are all, like us, these are all volunteer organizations. And some of them, and I think SWAMP, thank you for that, Travis. I had no idea. That's a delightful acronym. SWAMP is doing a great job of moving towards that. But I just want to emphasize too that it is some kind of veering into personal opinion that the council's role is to support our sector partnerships. And so though it would be great to see them become self-sustaining and independent and not need us anymore, and we could, suffer empty nest syndrome about our sector partnerships. I also think it's appropriate for them to come back and ask these, for these funds. And we have a pretty robust process for vetting the requests and making sure that our concerns are heard. So I hope that everyone is comfortable with that piece. With that, I think we'll take these one at a time. So is there a motion to approve this grant request for Swamp?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is that Lauren you got first?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Any further discussion or questions on this grant request? Hearing none, all those in favor, please state so by saying aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. And back to Jennifer for the Forge Your Future retractable stand-up banners, which you can see right there on my left shoulder.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I enthusiastically bring to you a request from the Department of Workforce Services, specifically me and Aaron and Yvonne, for these wonderful Forge Your Future retractable stand-up banners, to have 18 of these purchased to put in every workforce center so that, well, first of all, they look amazing. I think it will really add to the ambiance of our workforce centers, but also it has incredible information on this about Forge Your Future. And as people are waiting in the resource area or coming in to view jobs, they can scan that QR code and view those videos in the video library, as well as additional resources. It also came to me as we stopped at the Douglas Workforce Center that the print materials that we had are amazing, and we're probably going to need to buy more, but we do run out of those. And this stand-up banner still allows access to those resources, and we won't run out of it because they'll be in every area and will increase awareness. Also, when we created it, I really like it, especially for our workforce centers, because it has the WWDC logo and the DWS logo, and really in a visual way helps show that connection between the council and our workforce centers as well. So I bring to you today a request for $3,600 to buy 18 retractable stand-up banners, this one in particular, so it will look just like this for our 18 workforce centers.
Thank you, Jennifer. I know this isn't on the agenda, but maybe if you wouldn't mind, just for the benefit of our new members, could you give us a 2 or 3 sentence overview of Forge Your Future?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And at the break here in a minute, I'll play the newest Forge Your Future video, which gives me goosebumps every single time. So Forge Your Future is an initiative that the idea came from our Next Gen sector partnerships, specifically the Southwest Manufacturing Partnership, to create a video library of the in-demand career occupations throughout our state. What's different about this is that it's employers in Wyoming for occupations that they are hiring for. And so for the employers, they could actually use the videos that we created at their workplaces for recruiting tools as well. So just an example is Cheyenne Regional Medical Center used the videos that we created for the occupations that they identified as the most in demand. And we have them on our YouTube channel, but they also have links on their postings. And when they boost a job, those links are on there too. So people can really see the story of that occupation, how you got there. In fact, I learned that a lot of occupations have on-the-job training, which I did not know. Aaron and I have reviewed every single video. We have over 100 videos right now, and through Why Relocate in Savannah, who's back there, this will be expanding. So that's also kind of exciting news as well. So we have opportunities for more employers to be a part of this, as well as her cool campaign is a nationwide campaign for recruiting people to come to Wyoming. But Forge Your Future, the OG Forge Your Future, is our Wyoming stories, and we target the unemployed or underemployed in our communities. But we did build it so broad that youth are really identifying with this. We had some data at the Next Gen Academy that showed like over 1 million impressions. And we still have a 70% work rate through, it's almost been live for a year. And we are hitting all age demographics, 18 and above, and just have I saw the ad on Amazon the other day. So if you have Amazon Prime, you might see our new ad go out. So I was really excited and made my daughter watch it. So it was the one ad I haven't muted. But anyway, that's our current campaign. But this video library lives beyond any marketing campaign. Even though thankfully with Why Relocate, it can continue and we can add more videos for more occupations and more employers.
Thank you.
Dr. Aldrich has a question.
Dr. Aldrich.
Chairman Cross, I'm just wondering, if we have 18 workforce service centers, correct?
Yes.
And so there would be one at every, or two at every workforce service center?
There'll be one at every workforce center.
So I'm wondering, because Savannah Vasquez and Naomi Childers go out and do a lot of expos and school to scrub career fairs and things like that. It would be really nice, I think, especially because a lot of their demographic is young people, to order 2 additional ones, which I think would take us, if I'm doing the math right, up to $4,000 even. So that there could be some that could be used for exhibitor tables and expos and things that they're doing out in the communities, rather than having to try and beg, borrow, and steal them out of the service centers.
Well, this one's mine. So if Savannah wants to take it, she could always take it. But we're also open to buying more. We love them so much, and they're so visually appealing. And they match our other banners in the workforce centers, and there's just so much feature-ish.
And a lot of young people are not picking up brochures and flyers.
Yeah, they scan the QR code. That's why, and it dawned on me, we run out of the other stuff. We actually did, by the way, run out of the proud supporter of Forge Your Future stickers, and this week received our second batch. So the employers who work with us and you all are taking and displaying these stickers as well. So that was really exciting that we ran out of the proud supporter of stickers as well.
Are we able to amend this request here on the spot?
Yes, you can do a friendly amendment if you would like.
Okay, please.
Just for all of the new folks, Forge Your Future was funded through ARPA funds. So way back, right after the pandemic, these were funds that we were able to use. It kind of took us maybe a while to get along, but I think it turned out timing wise even better now that we really have kind of a focus on more skilled trades than maybe in the past. So.
Thank you, Director. Any other comments or questions on this? I'd like to offer actually a friendly amendment up to 4,200 because I agree, Dr. Aldrich, for the reasons, all the reasons that you mentioned, but I think having an additional one in case you get one damaged or whatever along the way and don't have to go through this process again, if the council is open to that, I'd ask for a motion on this request up to $4,200. Thank you, Laura.
Who is that?
Laura.
Thank you.
Is there a second? That's you, Phil. So, all right, thank you, Lauren and Phil. Any other discussion before we call the vote? Okay, all those in favor, please state so by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? All right, we're gonna be on break. We're a little bit behind, so I'm gonna ask us to shorten our break by 5 minutes. We've got a tight schedule this afternoon. We'll talk a little more about the tour and the flow of that. But we're gonna have to keep that going pretty much as outlined in the agenda. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes, 2:25. Thank you.
So you sit on a.
Can you say as many banners as we can for that?
Yeah,
I think so too. And I think we should try as many.
So you can do something.
Yeah, no, that's
Well, when we bought this, I think that was great. There was so many.
Just like this.
Yeah. And then she
I think it's Or, I mean, with even as we go into those breakouts tomorrow, we want to emphasize participation. Yeah. How do we?
That's like, it's walking back to the town.
Water managers? Yeah, this one.
I think that'll be about how we can bring this program together. That's what I'll make your
Oh, well, that's, maybe we talked about that at some point in time. Or like making them available.
Thank you so much. I was
That's what we're hoping.
That's great.
Have you seen the videos? Oh, I don't know. Like, oh, Manny. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
I gotta find this.
Things come up. I even have it in my notes. Yeah. But, I do struggle to articulate. Yeah. Because I've said many things. It's like, I hate that.
What I wish is.
I don't know that I've talked to my wife about this. So exactly what you're saying. It's like, I feel it. How do I, like, do you feel like, let me try this. Come on. Yes. Yeah.
Maybe he wants one. That's not a bad idea. That's
Right.
It's a really good idea. We are creating a resource for other
I
organizations
think that's the most succinct way ever.
to share our information.
Because it's a quintessential value of this road.
Wyoming is more than wide open spaces. It's a place of opportunity where people can build careers, chase their dreams, and thrive in their communities.
I absolutely see a lot of opportunities in the tourism sector in Wyoming specifically, actually even more so than in many other states.
The medical industry is not going anywhere, so there are always a lot of opportunities.
Wyoming is doing a good job of bringing these different manufacturers to Wyoming to help grow this manufacturing base. I think there's a lot of opportunities here.
There's a huge future in construction and trades. Wyoming is full of openings. There are more openings than we have people to fill the positions.
Wyomingites are driving our state's future, welcoming visitors to our iconic landscapes, caring for those in need, innovating in manufacturing, and building through construction and trades. We'll make Wyoming the go-to place for raw opportunity, growth, and success.
To build a good career here in Wyoming, it means a lot.
I do believe in this amazing state.
If you truly want to call Wyoming home, we have a place for you.
I want to be creative and I want to help my community.
I love it out here. It's provided me with every opportunity that I could have ever dreamed of.
Let's forge the future together.
I really do.
I know, right?
But I gotta get. It's cold. It's fine. So.
Yeah, I looked it over. It was like.
It's on the DWS website. So it's not Fire Wyoming. It's on the DWS website. Under resources, then Forge Your Future, and then there's all our information, and here's the link to all of them.
Yeah.
So the one I just played, then we also have playlists for manufacturing, healthcare, construction, trades, hospitality. Have all the videos.
Yeah, thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's more subtle.
Yep. If you just Google DWS. Right now. She even knows the whole thing. That's right. No, that's really well done. I like the changes. I'm on
Not especially. If I had really good luck.
I love it. Once I do my program.
One of the long-term side effects.
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Here's some. I don't have all of our stuff, but I can carry some stuff. But here's some stickers. Here's one of our cards. I've been traveling a lot, though. It's like. Yes. Okay.
You're strategically stopping yourself.
I mean, I don't know. We'll ever have time tomorrow.
I should have had a plan. I like the change. Yeah. Do one there. Here's a pair. Another one. Said you've been there since seeds.
Well, I thought about it, but I just thought.
Yeah, that's true, but sometimes are different things, so. Sometimes it's just like. For sure.
You might want to share.
Well, and
Yeah, that's what.
you could,
But I think
like, I could add why we don't. These are racist words. I'm not sure it really connects.
Yeah.
I mean.
I get a couple more.
I'm not sure that logo hits the same.
Yeah. And even the good ideas, because then we could get little, those teams pop up of our post, like with the grants to have all those career centers on their podcast. And so we were thinking about, we were like, yeah.
And they don't even know why. But they're saying. It's just, but. Yeah. On my summer. And then everything is hard. Like, I'm starting to.
Say we'd like to get each
I don't know who this is. Standing up.
see what triggers maybe. Yeah, I'll put them up.
I love everything about it.
Let's take money away from it, and it's
That actually, a couple years ago, we went to GSM government social media. And this was a vendor sticker.
It's not.
Oh, there you go. It just right with my back. Like I was like, oh, yeah, that's really, that's awesome meeting, but.
Everyone else has.
What's your favorite genre? I have got a book for you.
Yeah.
So that was written by Good Yellow, actually really nice book published by edition of Logan Park. If that tells you. It's called.
I always want to be
I would say. And that's what that was,
Yeah.
I love
That's kind of a most recent thing I read was and tried to Hail Mary.
Oh my God.
How does it go?
That's one of my.
But I loved it. So.
Six hours. Yeah, that's
Yeah. And it makes It absolutely does. 100%. In fact, for the first probably quarter, I thought, oh, this is very poorly written. This is like for 13-year-old or something. It was not. Yeah. The more he remembered, the more poetic it was. I can't wait to hear it. I know it's streaming now, so I'm gonna go see it. I did not see it. Yeah, I remember, I take it from every year to communication, the budget, that's probably where I got most of the stickers. But most of them are right. Because I did, but I hadn't reached the boss and I wanted to, I wanted to see it before I saw it. They thought that obviously it didn't follow me.
When I saw you do
It did the right thing, so I'm crazy. Like,
Should we classify it up or down? To get the salary that you'll be able to attract.
So I feel like I saw that.
Is the person willing to wait? I know, but still. Just the idea.
Someone that has state experience.
Yeah.
And I felt like.
Time, but I like that.
Happening, here's what I'm doing.
Had another supervisor come to me yesterday. And then he did. Are you fine? Boys and Girls Club breakfast.
If everyone can please get back, we're gonna reconvene here in about 1 minute.
It's getting warm. It's Thursday. Are you really?
Yeah, she's like, I don't die on. That's what I said, 8 years of this.
All right, everyone, we're gonna have a little bit of a switch up and we're gonna go to the Gillette Workforce Center part of our agenda first. And I'm always really excited for this part of our meeting. I think the workforce centers are obviously the core of what goes on in the state, and they are there meeting with folks every day. Our best connection point to a lot of what the purpose of this council is. So I'm really excited for this part of our meeting, and I'd like to welcome Daniel Anderson and Lori, is it Materi? Materi, thank you. To give us an update from the Gillette Workforce Center. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, it's always a pleasure for us, I think, to speak to you to our perspective. Sometimes we see the goals that you have in collaboration with what it is that we're trying to do. And it kind of helps to streamline services, I think, in hearing the different projects that are going around the state, learning about next gen partnerships that we have, and then also looking into what we can do locally to try to support the same goals, so we're not rewriting I think the books and the different things that we're focusing on, but more or less we're trying to hit and attain the same goals, the same community goals, not only for the local communities that we serve, but for the outreach that we do in surrounding county. And so today, my main focus from our story that I wanted to share was up here in the northeast corner of the state. We have one of the most urban areas in the state of Wyoming, in the city of Gillette and the surrounding area. But we also have a few other counties that we try to hit and touch once in a while with Crook and Weston counties. And so we have Campbell, Crook, and Weston up here that our center oversees. And we're looking at basically what the partnerships look like, community partnerships that help us attain our goals and help us reach the largest demographic possible. But not only that, but to streamline services, because with the population that we have and that we serve, and it's across the state with every single workforce center, we're trying to hit specific numbers, but we also understand that we have people's lives in our hands. And so, yes, it's funding, yes, it's dollar amounts, but more or less, we're really trying to help people in their lives. And so that's a huge goal, and there's a big passion for that in the workforce centers. I know that across the board with my coworkers, the staff that I've met in the centers and my personal center, is that we really try to do that. And so these partnerships are a reflection of also other individuals that really try to hit those same numbers with us and how we build goals together on common ground. And so the first one I want to touch base on is the Mountain West Commercial Driving School. It's a local CDL school here that we have in town. We also have Gillette College that has a CDL program, and there's A to B CDL. And so we're looking for schools that are teaching CDLs here. But one of our best partners that we have is Mountain West Commercial Driving School. And so out of 44 total statewide referrals, 82% of them have completed, graduated. This is just in the last year from 2025 up to current. So 82% of them have completed that, 36 total graduates out of there. You can see that the referrals there, the sources, we had 15 from Gillette, 6 from Riverton, 4 from Rock Springs. Vocational rehabilitation has 7. Cody has had 2, Powell's had 1, and Lander has had 1. So it's a statewide, that eligible training provider list that we have that you all kind of look through and that you validate, gives us options from some of our more rural communities to send people to these schools. And we can pay for their transportation. We can pay for them to get to those places to attain these credentials, which helps them increase their life, the quality of life that they have. And eventually that fulfillment that they can attain where they're self-reliant on those wages. And it provides a pretty decent wage. And so there's a pre-hire training grant. That's what's neat about Mountain West too, is that they apply for that pre-hire training grant through the state of Wyoming. They always come into our workforce center. They'll talk to me, asking for a referral. Because of the referral rates that we have and his willingness to work with the participants that we have, it's really easy for me to sign off on that as a center manager for the workforce center and say, yes, we have a really strong relationship with Mountain West Commercial Driving School. They're putting people out there. If they have issues with individuals, they have a really good training process that likes to find out if this is the right business for an individual before they even start the schooling. We check their driving records because, yeah, we can train all day long, but if they have a record or something that might keep them from getting hired because of insurance rates and things like that, we try to filter that out before the wages or before the training funds are spent. And it's really a good way because then we can help them focus on different areas if they need to, but the school is in charge with this too as well. And then that's what this program fits in. I think one of the biggest ones that we really wanted to focus on today that's been really successful since I've been in the Gillette Workforce Center. We hit the next slide, please, Jennifer. It came about during COVID. And so the center was super busy. You can see here that there's kind of an infographic on what happens with youth when they're in a confusing state of their lives. They'll call or they'll walk into the workforce center. They're seeking services. They often come in crisis. Some of them are homeless, lacking clear direction. They really don't know where to go. So their immediate referral and professionals, we said, how can we really have these individuals? We need to streamline services for these people because they are people. They have a need to increase their, the trainability. How can we get them into programs that are going to help them learn basic skills? How can we help them beyond that to go into local placements and jobs that are going to help them with self-sustainability. A lot of younger kids too sometimes will make some decisions that put them in compromising positions too, where they have children on the way. And sometimes they don't even have a place to live. And so the median, we're part of the Perkins Advisory Board here in Gillette, and we sit in on that. And starter homes sometimes in this area, in this town specific, are sitting at about $240,000. And so we're trying to find how to put youth into housing places and different things like that. So we need to do comprehensive evaluations of their needs. We focus on their stability and future planning, ensuring needs are met. These are all things we're kind of planning. And how do we do that? And then, of course, we had to have a specialized referral process, addressing their perceived needs and then actually working through that to find out exact needs. And then specializing in areas beyond our current scope. We knew that the Workforce Center was incapable of doing this alone. And so we had to reach out to community partners. And that's why I have Laura here with me today. She's with the adult education here at Gillette College. Can we have the next slide, please, Jennifer? And so, stronger together, and Lori did help me with this, and I appreciate her being here. She's been a huge partner. But we really wanted to focus on partnerships for our story, on how those are invaluable in the communities that we serve in, building those relationships. And it's kind of like the next gen model that you've already talked about here, where businesses have to feed off one another and we be the support for that. For these community partnerships, it's the same thing. We really need to find partners that help us streamline processes for populations that are in need. And this is just one example of those in the state of Wyoming.
Thank you, Daniel, Mr. Chairman, Council. I'm really excited to be here. Usually when I see Daniel pop up on my phone, I'm like, oh no, what now? But when he asked if I would come talk about this partnership, I agreed because I'm really excited about what we're doing. I can tell you I've been in education over 30 years in the state of Wyoming. I started out as a teacher in the K-12 system. I worked at University of Wyoming. I worked at Eastern Wyoming College, Sheridan College, and now adult education at Gillette. And I can say without a doubt, this is the most impactful education position I've ever had. And thank you to our leader at the state, Diane McQueen. I could probably get you some data to back that statement up. What is impactful? How can you show that? But I truly do believe what we're doing is amazing. I want to talk about the banner really quick. So if you would have walked into my department at Gillette College 5 years ago, there might have been a banner there that said, get your GED here. You know, some of us might not know what adult education is, but in the state of Wyoming, one of the things we do is for out-of-school youth is help them get their high school equivalency certificate. But most of us know that by GED. Thanks to this partnership, my banner can look exactly like that. So the shift has been from the high school equivalency certificate. Yes, we are working on that, but let's talk about, that's just gonna be your license to learn, right? What kind of career do you need? You know, what kind of jobs? What can we do to help you as you start down your career path? So I'm trying to steal that banner today. I'm working really hard at it, but I mean, I think it's pretty incredible. It dawned on me today that how different the banner is what I'm using, but how different the mission has been because of this partnership, especially on our end. By the way, welcome to Gillette College. I get lots of support. This is the first year Gillette College has been the sponsor of our AFLA grant and funding, and I can tell you they've been a huge support to us. They're all in. We have wonderful career tech ed program here. I have meetings with them this summer. We're working on all kinds of fun things, and I can honestly say this is all stemming from this partnership that we've had with Department of Workforce Services. So.
Next slide, Jennifer. And so, like I said, we haven't really choreographed this presentation, but I'll take over. And so Gillette College, what we did is we saw that during COVID, there was a huge dropout rate for high school students. They really didn't like the way that they were being presented data online. They were forced into learning methodologies that really didn't work very well for a huge population. And we thought that maybe after a while, these numbers would kind of subside or they wouldn't continue in the way that they are, but they really have stayed pretty consistent in our geographic area. And so our intakes can be anywhere from 6 to 25 students at a time. And that's just on a monthly basis. We'll take maybe a few months off in the summertime where we're working on graduation, trying to think about the next year and get things in place for fall semester. But for the most part, these individuals are coming to us requesting assistance, needing help. And so Gillette College and Adult Education, I can read the slide verbatim, but basically that's what they do. And then the Department of Workforce Services had very specific things that we could do. And so part of our planning process came up with, this is what you can do, this is what we can do, and how can we streamline that service so that there's less barriers for the individuals that we're trying to help. There's less red tape. We don't have excuses for not helping, but we have excuses for, well, if you don't know what to do with this student at this point, Workforce Services will have the answer. And if we don't have the answer, Gillette College will have the answer in adult education. And we found that when we were able to combine these knowledges together and share that information, that there was no limit really to what it was that we could provide, even though we had these high numbers coming in continually. We were finding that it was possible to keep up with high workloads. It was possible to keep up with the case management that individuals needed, as well as the education that they needed to get up to a certain level, because most of these students will come in with below average learning. They call it basic skills deficient, trying to learn what they're doing. And of course, that's through a tape test that we figure that stuff out. And then in the process of those things, we're able to lean into each other for the different professions that we work on. So we're not promising things that we can't deliver on. They're not promising on things they can't deliver on. And together we provide them with the services that they need. You bet.
And I think 5 years ago, in adult education, we knew we were charged with, some of those things in the unified state plan, right? Like career. And right as we were beginning to say, how can we do all of this? How can we do the work skills, digital literacy, financial literacy? We're doing the math, reading, writing, science, social. We're trying to get them that high school equivalency certificate. And I remember looking at, we applied for a grant with DWS 5 years ago. And looking at everything in the grant, and I was the instructor of the program at that time. Now I'm the director, but I remember thinking, this is a lot, and feeling like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to make this happen? And in addition to what we were charged to do in that unified state plan. And I think the real beauty and what happened, it was a lot. And what it translated to, it's a lot more opportunity for the students. And because we're sharing resources, we have shared visions, shared goals. It was kind of ridiculous, honestly, that we were operating so independently for so long. It just makes so much sense now. I don't know. It was hard. We got some bloody noses, what you say at the beginning. Yeah, it was a lot. We had a lot to work through, but thanks to the team here, I think we're seeing real growth. We're seeing results, and the participants are benefiting. It's a team approach to something that used to be individualized. So I like what Chairman Cross said earlier about engagement as being one of the goals. I think that is one of the key things that has come out of this partnership. Our participants have a team and this constant engagement. If I'm not providing it, they can stop over at Workforce Services. They walk in the door. It's the partner. We're all on the same page. It really is all about, I think, engagement. And I do think that translates to getting them into careers, getting them onto that pathway, at least looking at a career. What do I need? More training, more education. So that's a huge piece of it.
It is. Can we get the next slide, Jennifer? Thank you. And a big part of that is, we know with youth, they lack sometimes a basic support unit. And so we don't fill in for that by any means, but we're actually able to answer quite a few questions. And so I'll leave this slide up to Lori again.
So in fiscal year 24-25, Gillette College was the highest in the state for co-enrollments. I think the next highest was 60-some%. So we're really proud of them. That's a number. Like I said, it's been so rewarding and impactful. Yes, that means a lot, but it did take a little bit of work to get to that point. It's been 5 years of continually meeting. I think we meet every day almost, talking about students and where we are.
Sometimes more than one.
Sometimes more than once a day. Yeah, but we're pretty proud of that number. At Gillette College that same fiscal year, we had over 90% measurable skill gains. So if a student walked in our program, they left with a gain, either literacy, numeracy, they came out with a credential, they enrolled in a secondary program, and that's no accident. That was part of this teamwork effort and this partnership. We went from a very low measurable skill gains at the beginning of that time, first of the 5-year time period, to over 90% of the participants that walked in their door or ours that were co-enrolled came out with a 90% skill gain. So we integrate our services. Basically, that's just it. It's wonderful. I mean, what seemed like a lot, like I said, it turned out to be a lot more opportunity, but it's actually helped us provide more, probably working smarter rather than harder is how I see this. And then together we build career pathways, bridgeways. We're constantly going back and forth. Once a student's getting close to completing and getting that high school equivalency credential, they start meeting with our partners over at Workforce Services. They start talking about, what do you need? What would you like to do? We do that at the beginning of the program. We're doing it throughout, and we're definitely touching base regarding their, intended careers. Where are you? Where do you want to be? And how do you get there? That's kind of what we're all working towards. So it's nice because this partnership, they know which industries, where the in-demand jobs are. Over on the other side of it, we're providing the support and literacy and math and that high school equivalency certificate.
And so we can move to the next slide. This is basically just kind of some of the things that we put together, right? And it wasn't very much planning, right off the top of our head. I'll read the right one. We don't really need to go into details on the left side. If we have the facilities available and we're willing to spend more time, since we're running out of time, we'll just keep moving forward. Leadership from both agencies basically are included in the planning, and it's not just me, but my supervisor that allows us to do these things. We're open. We can talk amongst other center managers, what works best, what doesn't work best in your communities with your demographics. And we're able to kind of review these with one another. And then of course, Lori and her team are always included in almost everything that we plan. We have a few of my case managers here, Annie and Jamie, Annie Mulder and Jamie Spiker. They've talked about different ways that they can speed up the process, because there's a lot of paperwork we have to fill out with federal guidelines, federal funding. So how can we speed that through? And so it's reviewing the contracts that we have, making sure that everything's in place, building trust through transparency and regular communication. We do the next slide, Jennifer, please. And then again, this is a lot of what Lori talked about. We have shared goals, shared outcomes. It's not just one organization and another organization. We're looking at the lives that we have an effect on. We're trying to help those individuals. How can we help them the best? We help them go to places that they want to. It's always based on their perceptions, their needs. We don't force them into a pathway that they might not like or something that they might not like doing. We kind of talk to them. Case managers are experts at counseling through different things that they're having troubles with. Do you have a place to live? That needs to be taken care of before we move on with training. And so there's a lot that happens behind the doors that helps it to work too, but it's just a constant communication. I can't emphasize that enough. We can go to the next slide.
Oh, wait, can I just talk about, there is one piece here, the work experience tile, WEX. So Gillette Workforce Center and Gillette College have partnered, and they've partnered with industry outside of the college as well. But something that's really exciting that we're doing that's been expanding at the college is a lot of our co-enrolled students that finish with our program, and a lot of them have zero work experience. So we're able to place them in Gillette College. I started out in the adult education department, so they would be working with us, doing some filing, answering phones, getting some business skills, talking to potential participants, talking to parents, talking to potential students. But over the past year, I've been working with other departments of the college, and we've placed work experience students in the library. We've placed them with faculty, so they know what it's like to kind of help out in the classroom and do whatever's needed with faculty as well. So I think that's super exciting. I hope to expand that. We're having meetings this summer to include other departments. The career and tech ed, specifically in this building, I would like to get some students over here getting some work experience, so they know what that's like. I'm really excited about that program.
Welding.
Yeah. Next slide, Jennifer. And then this is, I think, just some repetitive information. Participant-centered design and employee engagement with WEXs. It's all data-driven. There's nothing that we've kind of done that's any kind of personal bias. It's all based on what our participants need. How can we get there? And then it's open-mindedness, being able to adapt to one another's needs. And it's exactly what you'd expect in a partnership, business or human services driven. Next slide, Jennifer. So we'll cut it off there. Again, I'm Daniel Anderson for introductions. I'm the center manager for the Gillette Workforce Center. And then I'm glad that Lori was here with me. She's the director of adult
Thanks for
education.
letting me. I love this program.
But we're here for any questions. And sorry we took up time for Christina West.
No, thank you both. And I apologize, we're on a slightly tight schedule this afternoon, but if there are any questions, I'd like to take a few minutes for those.
Mayor Lundvall put a lot into it, so we'll let him focus on that.
Thank you for being here and for taking time out of your day to share this information with us.
I got one quick question, if it's okay, Mr. Chairman. Would it have to be Campbell County or with these, like, say your CDL drivers looking for jobs, how do we get involved with trying to help these people get jobs? And does it have to be necessarily in Campbell County, or can it be anywhere in the state?
It can be anywhere in the state as long as it's on that eligible training provider list that we have. So you can Google it, you can find it on there. A lot of what we do is we have to analyze if there's a local training environment, of course, then we try to use that because it's more fiscally responsible. But if, say, Gillette was the only place that had this with Mountain West CDL or different, if there was another CDL school that wanted to do the same thing that we're doing here, they can apply for those same grants too. A lot of the times we have people that make too much money, so we can't really help them because of the federal guidelines. They can still be helped with that other grant that this place has. So we can make referrals still to them based on that grant and the need. So it's really neat, but it can take place anywhere in the state.
Okay, that's what we have a huge need for CDL drivers all over the state.
Yeah, I know we're open.
So I think it's great.
That's awesome.
You guys got one.
Any other questions? Please talk about.
I don't know if I'm gonna have a question or if I am just gonna sing the praises for a minute. That 93% co-enrollment rate, it's huge. And let me add to what they were saying. That is like a foundation, right? Like all the wraparound things that those students need, because these are some really high at-risk students that we have in these programs. It creates like the ability to make it so it is possible for them to finish their high school equivalency, to be able to take college classes, to be able to earn certifications, to be able to do a lot of these pieces. That co-enrollment piece is so critical. And so the fact that it's so beautifully married together here is like, so you want to cry. It's really huge. And what we're seeing too is that your connection to industry and employers. The one place that we see results that we don't like as much in adult ed is when the students leave and they receive, going out and get employment 2 and 4 quarters out is what they track. It's pretty low in general. And so when they make those connections, like in the order, it used to be around 2,400 a quarter. No, yeah, a quarter. And with those connections, so we do it like with the integrated education training programs, but the same kind of thing with your WEX, right? Like those opportunities for the students to connect with employers and be able to like see jobs and make connections and those kinds of things. We're seeing employment opportunities now that look more like $7,600 a quarter instead of $2,400. Not that that's a lot still, but it's a lot better than $2,400. And so those opportunities, right, and that whole enrollment makes a lot of those other things possible. So thank you.
Thanks for that. Any other comments or questions? Thank you both so much for coming and spending time with us today. We really appreciate it. And thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members for having us. I talk a lot. These two do the hard work. So
Thank you all.
makes it easy to report us. Thank you.
We are going to move the one-stop performance report to tomorrow's agenda so that we can stay on track with our tour. I believe the bus is here. Edward is going to give us a quick outline of the rest of the logistics of the rest of the day. And once we churn through that, we will get on the way and I'll see you back here in the morning. Thanks, everybody.
So Mayor Mudball and Rusty Bell have organized a wonderful tour for us. We're gonna go to some cool places. For this, they have provided transportation, so the bus is here. This building will be locked at 5, so don't leave anything here. We won't be back until around 5:30. Also, please join us at the networking reception at 6 o'clock that's hosted by the Prime Rib Restaurant and Wine Cellar. And it's at the Prime Rib Restaurant and Wine Cellar. So please join us there at 6. It's going to be amazing. And so we have a really quick turnaround, but a long bus ride. So if you do have to go to the restroom, I suggest doing that.
Thank you.
I don't eat lunch tonight. Oh, my God.